Make a Mobius loop. I appear to have... Am I still on air? Yeah, I'm still on air. Okay, cool. Let's cast it. You weave the spell into the air. Suddenly, the tapestry becomes a window into a scene instead of just a picture of it. It appears as if you could walk right into it. 10 points. Let's enter the tapestry. You step through the tapestry into a dank dungeon cell. This is the archetype of a dungeon cell, spartan and devoid of all unnecessary furnishings.
Why would you think that I want to talk to another dirty, stinking human? Why don't you just leave me alone before you start making me angry?
You don't like humans?
You are barbarians. Uncouth, unclean. Fit only to be slaves or dead. Your only hope for civilization is to be conquered by the elven nation.
Appear to have bounced back online, so I think I'm still good. I'm hoping I'm still good. It looks good on my monitor.
You don't look like you're in any position to make demands.
I may not be able to leave, but I certainly don't have to waste my time talking with you.
Why are you here?
I was unlucky enough to let myself be captured by Trian. I suppose it's better than if the king caught me. He would have executed me for sure. Trian's keeping me alive to get whatever information he can. So far, I've told him nothing, and that's just what you're going to get as well.
Waste time. What else are you going to do?
Sit here and not talk to you.
You're an asshat.
Why would you think?
So, do you like these accommodations?
What do you think? I'm stuck in an archetypical dungeon cell. The light in the wall never shuts off. I haven't had anything to eat or drink for hours. Ah, what I wouldn't give for some wine right now.
Alright, I'll leave you alone.
Good. Bugger off.
Yeah, fuck you too. Fuck you in the ear. You slap a large dollop of marmalade onto the bread. It sits in the center looking rather lonely. You slap a large dollop of marmalade onto the bread. The bread is now uniformly covered with it. Just right. Here you go. The wizard doesn't even respond to your offer. He just looks at the bread slice with disgust and turns up his nose at it.
Ah, it's gooseberry wine.
The wizard warily accepts the wine jug from you. He sniffs it and takes a tentative sip. Ah, it's gooseberry wine, like he just said. He tilts the jug back and takes a few hearty slugs. Afterwards, when he has placed it on the bench, he regards you with a much friendlier expression. No, I'm still here. Back now? No problem. It happens. Twitch doesn't always recover properly when people go off air. So I gave the wine to the elf, who's now drunk. Yay, drunk. And I got 5 points.
I guess you're not so bad for a human. It wouldn't hurt to pass a little time talking.
Great. So, what information is Trian trying to get out of you?
He's trying to get information about troop movements and war strategies. The problem is I don't know anything about those things. I'm not going to tell him that, of course. His hope of getting that information is the only thing that keeps me alive.
So, you're a wizard, huh?
Of course I am. I'm only of the 4th house, but it makes me formidable nonetheless. If I hadn't been distracted by that serving wench, Trian would never have gotten the drop on me.
If you're so powerful, why haven't you escaped?
Every time Trian casts the Create Reality Pocket spell, he summons this cell from the Otherwhere. After he leaves, the cell is cast adrift back into the Otherwhere. It's impossible to make that connection from this side. Even if I could break through these bars, I wouldn't be able to leave the cell until Trian returned and reestablished the link. At that point, he would keep me from escaping.
Can you teach me any spells?
Interested in magic, eh? I don't reveal my secrets to just anyone, you understand, especially not to humans.
He gives you an appraising look as if hatching a devious idea. You decide to change subjects.
If you hate this dungeon so much, can't you use your magic to change it?
Well, if I could get out of these bars, I'd probably douse that glow lamp on the wall. It's impossible to get any sleep with the lamp always shining in my eyes. In order to remove the glow spell that's on it, I'd have to create a shroud of darkness and place it over the lamp, and it's out of reach.
He sighs and leans back on the bench.
How exactly does that Shroud of Darkness spell go?
Come here, I'll show you.
He shows you an impish smile and approaches the bars and stands there. Hesitantly, you too approach the bars.
Now first you need a black cloth. The color is important because black absorbs all light. When you place the prepared cloth over the glowing object, the cloth is going to do just that, absorb the light, albeit to an even greater extent. Then you cast the Shroud of Darkness spell upon it, like so.
His hands cut gracefully through the air, tracing a glowing magic rune structure. You watch entranced as the spell takes shape. The wizard completes the structure. It hangs in the air and you study it intently. Focused on memorizing the spell, you fail to observe the wizard's hands slipping into motion again. Suddenly his hand grabs yours and he jerks you out of your trance. Another spell hangs in the air. Benignly, the first spell fades away, but the new spell begins to take effect. You are staring at the new rune construct in confusion, your hand locked in his iron grip, when you notice a tinkling sensation spread through your body. A thunderclap later, and you notice that you are looking at the floating spell from the other side. Immediately, the wizard releases your hand, and through the bars, you see him race out of the room laughing. The spell fades, and you realize that the wizard used his magic to swap positions with you. You are now the prisoner in the cell, and he is free. You drop heavily to the bench. After hours of waiting, Trian walks into the cell. Seeing you sitting on the bench stops him in his tracks. You clear your throat and explain what has transpired. He listens intently, and after a moment of thought, decides to free you. Trian escorts you into his personal chamber. He explains that he was keeping the wizard's secret from the king, so he cannot report the escape. He tells you to forget that you ever saw him, and asks you to leave the same way you entered. Trian walks out the door and locks it behind him. 10 points. To Gryffindor. So I now have even more spells. You cast the spell on the tapestry, but the tapestry isn't a black cloth, so the spell has no effect. Oop, don't cast a spell on myself. Alright, seeing if he's left anything behind. Certainly doesn't look like it. Alright, well that was worth a shot. Well, we now know how to put out the light. We need a piece of black fabric, though, to do it. So let's fly back to Drevlin, because we seem to have done everything we can do there. I'll take this white shirt. Oh, hey, here. Have this actual candle holder.
This is much better than the pipe I was using. It's very thoughtful of you to offer it.
Startled, Limbeck looks up at you and then at the silver candlestick holder in your hand. He gingerly removes the candle from the straight pipe, hands the pipe over to you to hold, and then jams the candle into the holder. Enthralled, he sets it down on the corner of the table, admiring the holder and completely forgetting about the pipe. So now I have 3 pipe segments.
Why would you think I have any interest in that?
I don't know, why not? You see a puddle of water at the bottom of the box and other mysterious unidentifiable life. It's not really a safe place to put anything. I wonder something. Here.
Please, I'm having quite a bit of trouble with this speech. The last thing it needs is that.
You bite down on the slab of bread. After the pain subsides, you decide that only dwarfs could enjoy eating something so like a rock. Oh, derp. You shove the shirt into the ink jug where it quickly soaks up quite a bit of black ink. But by the time you've pulled it out, the shirt is completely dry, albeit very black. So now I have a black cloth. So I need to... No, not... I need to cast heat on the alarm. Or not on the alarm, on the sensor. Not identify. Heat. Thank you. And there goes the commotion again. So then we go... You'd think there'd be more in this room. There isn't. Weird as that is. Okay, that's the rope ladder I was already using, so okay. So we cast magic on the black shirt. We need to cast Create Shroud of Darkness. As you weave the spell around the shirt, the light around you dims as if the shirt was drawing it in. When the spell has been completed, you can only make out the vague shape of the shirt, but none of its features. It looks rather like a hole in the air. So, we will put the black shirt on the figurines. You drape the black shirt over the glowing figurines. The magic of the shroud draws the light out from the statuettes into itself until they remain dull and gray. Since it is the magic on the figurines that maintains the glow effect on the gods, the instant the magic disappears, so does the elves' spell. They quickly realize their situation and bolt for the ship. The dwarves, seeing their gods without their glow, quickly form a lynch mob. They chase the hapless elves out of the caves, bellowing rather imaginative and graphic threats of violence. The noise causes the sleeping wizard to stir. To keep from being discovered, you dive out of his quarters onto the ship's deck.
Hide in the storeroom. They'll kill you if they find you here.
From the deck, you hear the scuffling of the elves as they board the ship. The Duke whispers to you. He points at a hidden door in the back of the galley off to the west. That I couldn't see before because it wasn't plot relevant. You hear some scuffling and shouted orders from the galley. Soon, the ship breaks away from its moorings and lifts off. A deep voice booms from somewhere near the door that the ship is entering human-controlled space. All lights must be doused and all noise ceased. If the humans discover the ship's exact position, it could be taken. The hefty lock attached to the lid keeps you from opening the strongbox. I don't have anything to unlock it with, so... The shear is too rusty and thin to withstand such an activity. If you try to snap open the lock with the shear, chances are it won't be the lock that breaks. Miscellaneous supplies are piled around the room, but aside from the notable exceptions of a chest and another flimsier box, they include nothing of interest. You rip open one of the larger boxes. Inside, you find a strange device with 3 metal prongs which crackle with electricity. As a switch has been wired to its base. You shove the flimsy remains of the box to the side. Carefully, you pick up the electric zinger. It tingles a bit, but it doesn't deliver the shock you expected.
Somehow a human got loose. Kill him before he can make trouble.
You walk into the middle of a hushed room crowded with elves and human slaves. One of the elves whispers. The ship's wizard lets a death spell fly, and before you can make a sound, you crumple to the floor. You are now dead. So let's not go that way. The portholes are permanently open. Well, that's the only way we can go, so... You pull the switch attached to the electric zinger. As soon as the connection is made, the whole contraption flies out of your hands, bouncing off the walls and throwing sparks everywhere. I cut off the entire second line.
Congratulations. You actually succeeded. I didn't expect it, but I am pleased. Andrews and his men are safe. My thanks, friend.
My pleasure, Your Highness. I did put my life on the line, but it was worth it to serve you.
I certainly hope you aren't being sarcastic. My men gladly lay down their lives for me. That privilege is reward enough for them. I was going to offer something else, but that can be arranged.
Not only did you get your cousin back safely, but now you have an elven ship. I think you made out pretty well.
Very true. That elven ship will certainly come in handy, especially to infiltrate elven-controlled lands. You've proven your worth.
Wasn't there something about making it worth my while?
You're correct. I'm not one to forget my promises when it suits me. What do you want?
Information sounds good.
Perhaps you could just supply some information.
Certainly. Tell me what you'd like to know.
You relate your experiences on Drevlin and explain that you're looking for an artifact that the Kixie Windsea may have buried somewhere. If that's true, only the Kixie Windsea can dig it back up.
I'm not sure how I can help you there. Even my learned wizard knows precious little about the Kixie Windsea. There is something I might be able to offer, though. The Kixie Windsea is an ancient Sartan artifact. Only the Sartan knew exactly what it did and how to control it.
Well, we knew that.
Since they disappeared ages ago, all that remains are the books and documents they left behind, but they are very scarce. In fact, the only place you can find them is in the Tower of the Brotherhood.
What's the Brotherhood?
The Brotherhood is a guild of assassins. They pride
Good to
themselves
know.
on the completeness of their library. They've gathered information from every corner of Arianis. This includes all of the Sartan artifacts they could find. No other collection exists anywhere. If documents exist that discuss the function of the Kixie Windsea, they're in their tower.
Why is the Brotherhood the only place you can find these documents? Doesn't anyone else have a collection?
A long time ago, private researchers kept their own collections. They soon experienced very fatal accidents and their collections were appropriated by the Brotherhood. Pretty soon, whenever Sartan artifacts were discovered, they were delivered directly to the tower. Nowadays, the Brotherhood usually employs the researchers outright.
Where is the tower located?
Good business.
That's a problem. The tower is located in Skirvash, a smuggler's haven that lies on the border of Elven and human lands. No nation governs that city. It's completely lawless. The Brotherhood has an iron grip on the place. Neither we nor the elves have been able to get a toehold.
Anarchy!
Skirvash is a haven for criminals and cutthroats. It wouldn't be a problem, once there, to go about your business unnoticed. People go there for the anonymity. The problem is getting you there in the first place. Currently, the elves control space around that area. I can't sneak anyone in or out.
You have an elven
Any
ship,
marking of the
dumbass.
Royal fleet is attacked before it even gets near the city.
What about that elven ship I just delivered to you? Couldn't that sneak me into Skirvash?
Yes, that's true. We've never had our hands on an elven ship
God,
before.
and you're king?
They certainly wouldn't be expecting it, especially so soon after its capture. They'd have no reason to stop it from reaching Skirvash.
Very well. It looks like my only alternative. Let's get going.
Very well. I will staff the elven ship with my own soldiers. They will fly the ship to Skirvash and wait there while you search for your documents. When you have completed your business, they will escort you back to Drevlin. I will assume that this clears me of my debt to you. I wish you luck, friend.
And I wish me luck too. You leave the king's castle, reboard the elven frigate, and discover that it's already manned by soldiers from the royal army. A no-nonsense sergeant greets you and signals the others to lift off. Within a few hours, you leave behind all signs of human habitation on any of the floating land masses. The only ships you see are of elven design. They let you pass unmolested, mistaking your ship for a member of their fleet. Soon, the sergeant points out a dark city on one of the floating islands. The ship glides toward it, but lands a couple of miles away. But I have a dragon ship that's not marked, so shouldn't I be able to get
We
close?
don't want to answer any questions at the regular port, such as why King Stephen's men are flying an elven frigate. Better you get a little exercise and walk into town.
Works for me.
Come back when you've finished your business, and make it quick. Just being around elven space makes me nervous, but waiting so close to the Brotherhood is downright terrifying.
Right then. You're a coward. Good to know. The wooden devices poking from the hull are not exactly oars. They control the attitude and position of the ship's wings, which navigate the vessel when aloft. The whole group of soldiers is gathered in the small quarters to play cards. You can't even fit in through the door. And well, off we go. The tower of the Brotherhood looms over a plaza flanked by a tavern and an alley. The child plays quietly to one side.
Greetings, good sir.
The waif looks up from playing with the doll, a happy grin on his face. He turns right back to the game with the doll. Apparently I have to wait for the doll to walk into the alleyway. The boy watches his wooden doll walking in circles around the plaza. After wandering around, it happily strolls into a dark alley. The boy steps towards it, but stops, appearing terrified. He looks up at you with pleading eyes.
Oh, sir, would you please get my doll back? I couldn't possibly go in there. It's far too dark and scary.
You're a trap. You've marked me. I already know this. I can smell this. You think I'm a mark. Well. I'm gonna fall for it because I'm a nice guy.
Of course I'll help you, lad. Wait here.
The waif smiles and gives you a look of such gratitude that you feel that you've made the right decision. With an intake of breath to bolster your courage, you turn towards the dark alley. You wander into the dark alley, chasing after the scuttling toy. Its tiny legs don't move particularly fast, so catching it isn't a real problem. When you pick it up, you catch a glimpse of rune markings carved into the wood, but before you get a chance to examine them further, a heavy rope net falls from out of the shadows. The child who, not a moment ago, was crying over his lost toy, jumps on top of you and beats you relentlessly with an iron bar until you collapse on the ground. He starts to rifle through your clothing, grabbing any object that he discovers.
Shut up. I'm busy here, and I hate to talk while I work.
The street rat is definitely talented in his field. In seconds, he has stripped you of all of your possessions. Yeah, well, kid. Don't fuck with a wizard. Body swap! Boyoink! While the young thief paws through your valuables, you take the opportunity to hang the swap spell in the air and grab onto his searching hand. His eyes grow wide as the spell takes hold. With an implosion of air, you and the street rat switch positions. He crouches on the ground, trapped inside the heavy net, while you stand above him. The street rat looks up at you in amazement, surprisingly unafraid, but a little desperate. So do I.
You're a wizard! A wizard hasn't been seen in Skirvash since far before I was born. Why are you here?
Why are you concerned about what I'm doing here? Aren't you worried about what I'm going to do to you?
Well, of course. But if you're in Skirvash to find something, you'll need a guide. I can help. I know all of the dark and secret corners of Skirvash. If you're new to this town, you'll get nowhere without me. Let me go, and I'll help you.
Really?
Sure. I've got no reason not to trust you. You just led me into a trap and tried to steal everything I had.
That's what I do. You looked like an easy mark, so I tried to shake you down. Now that I know you're a wizard, I'd be a fool to turn on you. My offer stands. Release me, and I'll help you.
Uh-huh. Fine. You have all my stuff anyway. You lift the net off the child. Some hidden pulleys draw it high into the shadows of the alley. True to his word, the street rat doesn't run off. Instead, he produces everything he stole from you. Then, shuffling down the alley, he flips aside a greasy blanket to reveal a hole in the wall. He enters and motions for you to do the same. Sure, okay. The dirty chamber isn't much bigger than a crawl space. It's crowded with the street rat's possessions.
I'm willing to help you. But first I want to know what the job is, and what's in it for me.
Christ almighty, you sound like fucking something out of a gangster film. Yeah, I'm the kid, see, and I need you to give me all the info, see? Yeah.
In it for you? I just let you out of your own trap. Don't you think that's enough?
No. I appreciate you letting me free, but if I'm going to risk my life on whatever job you have planned, I need a cut. And if you're going after what I think you are, there should be plenty to go around.
Kid, you are too smart for your own Goram good. Let me tell you what.
What do you think this job is?
It seems to me that there's only one target worth the attention of a wizard. You're intending to break into the Tower of the Brotherhood. You must know that no one has ever made it into the tower and back out alive. You might not know how many have tried.
Am I still on air or did I blink out again? Because I can't really tell. My monitor looks okay. Okay. Alright then. Bitchin'.
Rumors of the Brotherhood's treasure have spread throughout the realms. Thieves, from third-rate pickpockets to practiced artists, have attempted to steal it. Usually, the less talented ones are turned away at the front of the tower. There is no obvious way to get in. Only the members of the Brotherhood know how to enter. Some make it inside. Every few months, a new body is found in the town square, the result of another robbery attempt. Usually, the Brotherhood takes care of its own disposal, but these bodies are left as messages to every other would-be thief.
So they're kind of like that Mexican cartel that likes to hang bloggers from bridges. Okay, I got it.
In short, no one has ever succeeded. If this is your plan, you're going to need my help. Even a small cut of the tower's famed treasure would set me up for life.
So you're gonna get me in there, Bilbo? How exactly do you manage to do that?
Is that all you want?
Well, not exactly. You're not local, that's obvious. Therefore, you must have some way to leave once you're done. I want to go with you. I've lived too long on the streets of Skirvash. It's dangerous. We're on the borders of elven and human lands, and the war moves closer every day. I need to get out of here.
What can you do for me that makes you worth all of this?
I have contacts and information about the Brotherhood that all of the previous thieves lacked. If I was helping them, they might have succeeded.
What makes you so completely awesome?
If you're so good, why don't you try and loot the tower?
I'm not that good. I think you have a chance because you're a wizard. I figure your magic might give you an edge over the others.
How much of a cut do you want?
Whatever you think is fair. I need to start a new life, and I'm going to need money to do it. Any portion of what I think your haul is going to be will set me up.
All right, I'll give you what you want. What can you tell me about this town? How can you help?
What do you need to know?
What is the Brotherhood? What does it do?
You must know about the Brotherhood. At least you must have heard about them. The Brotherhood is a guild, much like craftsmen or merchant guilds. Only it is a fellowship of skilled assassins. Whenever you want someone dead, for sure, take out a contract with the Brotherhood. Their information network reaches into all the nations, human and elven. In fact, the Brotherhood is the only guild that employs all races without prejudice, even in times of war.
So they're kind of like insurance agents?
How do you get inside the tower?
I don't know the method that the members use to get into the tower. I've examined the exterior, and I haven't found any entrance. But I've thought about this. Only the members of the Brotherhood can get in. So the answer is to become a member of the Brotherhood.
That's simple. It's so crazy it might just get me killed.
You're new. Nobody knows you. You might be able to pull off something like this. As it happens, an assassin, a member of the Brotherhood, hangs out at the Devil's Workshop. His name is Hugh the Hand, and he's actively recruiting. It's not easy to catch his eye, and harder to have him sponsor you.
How do I get this Hugh the Hand to sponsor me?
Hugh is looking for only the most talented thieves and murderers. You'll have to do something extravagant to catch his eye. What that may be, I don't know. Perhaps if you stole something rare or valuable.
What exactly is the Devil's Workshop?
It's a tavern in the center of town. Low-life scum throughout Skirvash collect there to meet contacts, do business, and get drunk. In fact, the workshop's bartender is the most successful fence in town. The fastest and cleanest way to unload stolen merchandise is by selling it to him.
You know, the happy, cheery Wonderland music is kind of off-putting given I'm sitting in the, a hive of scum and villainy.
Who are your contacts? What do they have to offer?
I know someone who was once a member and knows the entire layout. Undoubtedly, he'll be able to give me some vital information. I also know a talented craftsman who can forge any specialized tools that you may need. Unfortunately, both of those people are going to ask for a lot of money. Unless you've got a stash that I couldn't find, you're going to have to come up with some.
Alright.
Alright, that's all I need. I'm ready to go.
Very well. In order to help you any more, I'm going to need some upfront money. If you get some, bring it here, and I'll get to work on getting the information and tools that you'll need once you're inside the tower. Good luck!
Deathgate, a tale of making money! The piles contain a wide variety of junk, none of it particularly valuable or useful. The street rat must be keeping it for reasons you can't possibly imagine. Oh, hey. You snatch the iron bar from the ground. It's no stranger, as the street rat formally introduced it to your face back in the alley. When the boy sees that you've taken it, he starts to say something, but stops and looks very embarrassed. You thrust the pry bar at the street rat. He shies away, perhaps expecting that you mean to pay him back for the beating he gave you with it. Yeah, I kinda did. That's really what I was shooting for. You start to wander down the alley, but end up splashing through progressively deeper puddles of some unidentifiable liquid. You really don't like what it smells like, so you turn back before you get soaked. So a nice abandoned house. The merchant store has been securely locked against people just like you. Well, I don't have a reason to rob the place just yet. The ship's deck overlooks a small city. The rope ladder a rope ladder drops to the ground and stairs lead elsewhere on the ship. One of the soldiers pokes his head out of the tiny quarters at the top of the stairs. He sees you empty-handed. You shrug and his head disappears back behind the door. So let's break the lock with the pry bar. What remains of the lock is heaped on the ground. Nothing useful remains. You fling open the strongbox lid to reveal a sack of gems and a pipe fitting. Ugh. A burlap sack holds a collection of cut and uncut gems, possibly stolen from the dwarves. Well, that solves the money problem, I think.
You're on the right track, but stolen jewels won't do me any good. You might try to fence them for some cash. Take them to the Devil's Workshop. The barkeep might be able to help you.
Okay. Oh, looks friendly in here. The two men look at you and then at each other and then start laughing. One of them takes out a sharp knife and fingers it. You decide to leave them alone.
Yes? How can I help you?
Man, you're awful nice for a guy who runs a seedy dive full of assassins.
I'm looking for some information.
Information, eh? That doesn't come cheaply. Do you have any money?
No, I don't. Is that a problem?
No, not at all. I suddenly have no information to give you. Will there be anything else?
Who's that guy over in the corner?
That's Hugh the Hand, a member of the Brotherhood. He's been sitting at that table on and off for the last few weeks. I think he's scouting for prospective new members. A bunch of cutthroats have approached him about it, but he's turned all of them away. some violently. I think he's looking for something special.
I've got something that I want to sell.
I'd be happy to take a look at it. Let me see. These are dwarven relics. Where did you steal these? They'd be worth more if there wasn't a glut of dwarven artifacts right now. I'm a little short of funds just now. This is all I can afford for them.
He begins to stack coins onto the bar. As he does so, all eyes in the room are on you, including those of the dark figure in the corner who has been studying the entire exchange. As you pocket the money, the dark figure motions you over.
Well, that's a very impressive haul. Dwarven relics, eh? Even I would have a tough time coming by something that rare.
I admit it took a little doing.
I like you. You don't reveal too much in casual conversation. Let me introduce myself. My name is Hugh the Hand. I represent the Brotherhood, and I'm currently recruiting new members. I'm impressed by your style. Would you be interested in joining?
Wow, that was easy.
Why would I want to join?
For a variety of reasons. The membership provides quite a bit to its members. It assigns the contracts and makes weapons, information, and healing available. For that, the Brotherhood requires a stiff tithe. The alternative is to continue operating without a membership. But now that you have drawn the Brotherhood's attention, we will make sure you don't encroach on our business. Unfortunately, anything you do will probably encroach on our business. Therefore, we will be forced to kill you. I hope that makes your choice clear.
Well, it certainly does help.
Why are you called Hugh the Hand?
Because of my rank in the Brotherhood. An initiate starts out as the sheath. Later he becomes the tip, the blade, the crosspiece, the hilt, and eventually, the hand. Only one rank is higher than mine, and that is the arm. Chang currently holds that position, and she has held it for many, many years.
Of course I'm interested. What low-life cutthroat wouldn't be?
Very good. Now you are still very unproven. The theft of the dwarven artifacts was enough to draw my eye, but you're not blooded. I'm going to require a contract before I can apprentice you.
Who's the target?
There is a merchant who lives on the edge of town. He has angered the Brotherhood. He's overstepped his authority and must be eliminated in order to set an example for the rest of his kind. Do you understand?
Do you have any information about this man?
Certainly. Most importantly, you should know that he wears an amulet. It is magic and protects him from all harm. Also, you should know that he knows that the Brotherhood is out to eliminate him. We've already tried once unsuccessfully. Since then, he's taken some precautions. He's had the front door reinforced and the lock changed as well. We believe that he's currently holed up there in the house.
You know, if the Morrowind or Oblivion Dark Brotherhoods were nearly this easy, I would have enjoyed being in their groups a whole lot more.
A magic amulet that protects him from harm? Won't that make killing him rather difficult?
Yes. The fact that he is never without it might hamper you as well. Consider this a true test of your skills.
A true test of my skills, huh? I thought I was joining the Dark Brotherhood, not the Super Legion of Assholes.
If he lives in such a fortress, how do you expect me to get inside?
Isn't that what you do? Break in. I'm sure you've had more difficult jobs than this.
Anything else I should know about this merchant?
There are rumors that he keeps a secret journal. I'm not sure how that would help you, since I'm asking you to kill him, not investigate him.
Also, don't wipe his ass while you're there, and certainly no gay sex.
All right, let's get on with this.
Very well. Will there be anything else before you leave?
What should I do after I finish the job?
I will require proof that you have eliminated him. Since he's said that he would die before being separated from his amulet, I believe that that will suffice. When you have finished, bring the amulet here to me. That should be enough.
Thanks for giving me an easy loophole to not actually kill him.
Where can I find him?
His house is not hard to find. It is the most expensive house in town. Follow the road to the southeast. You'll come across it soon.
This sounds pretty serious. Why haven't you taken care of him before? Why ask me?
We sent a man out. He didn't come back. If you succeed, then you have earned a place in the Brotherhood. If you fail, then we haven't lost another man. It is as simple as that.
Bring back his head, for crying out loud. That's kind of good proof.
All right, I'm on the job.
Very good. Remember, when you have finished, bring back his amulet. That will be proof enough of his death. Please, don't insult me by running away. It would be such a bother to track you down and kill you.
Flashing an evil smile, he leans back into shadow. Oh, you guys make that easy. The pile includes both coins of elven and human origin. You figure that the barkeep didn't make this kind of money tending bar. Alright, here you go.
With this money, I can get the items we need.
Before you can say a word, the street rat grabs your pile of cash and runs out. Well, now I'm broke again. You have amassed 170 out of 1,500 possible points. That's a lot of points. Well, let's pry bar the door. You pound on the door with the pry bar until you are exhausted. You may have lowered the merchant's property value, but the door doesn't budge. The windows are as open as they're going to get, which is to say not at all. Naturally, the merchant who lives here has bought nothing but the best lock he could find. This fits the bill. You pound on the lock with the pry bar, but only succeed in denting it. This is no cheap lock. It's a combination manor and fortress. It suggests an owner who is both rich and paranoid. Oop, not where I wanted to go. So where did he hide a key, one must ask oneself. The statue is the kind of lawn ornament that you'd expect from someone with a lot of money to burn. Then again, who else would have lawn ornaments in the first place? Also, who spells ornaments with 2 A's? This doll is carved from wood. It is vaguely human. It has 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head, but it lacks any specific features. A rune structure has been carved on its back. You assume that this is the spell that keeps it moving. You have learned a new spell. How about we cast this new ambulate spell, motion, on the statues and see what happens. Maybe they can break the door down. The statue is on a pedestal too high off the ground for the spell to take effect. Bah! Bah, I say! Do I have any other spells even remotely useful? Identify, Moab, motion, create reality, pocket. It is not an inanimate object with a humanoid form, so it doesn't work.
Yes?
Nice place you've got here.
Thanks. I certainly hope you aren't being sarcastic. This is the only tavern in town, and I'm very proud of it.
I'm looking for some information.
Information, eh?
Well, not at the moment. Can I run a tab?
Credit? In Skirvash? You're a funny guy. You're also a deadbeat. Will there be anything else, or should I just throw you out now?
Give me a drink.
Haven't we established that you are completely broke? Now, will there be anything else?
Never mind, I'm not as thirsty as I thought.
Very well. Stop back sometime.
I'm an asshole. A wooden bar stretches across the length of the room. A large, dangerous-looking bartender eyes you warily from behind it. Well. The Tower of the Brotherhood looms over the plaza, much as the Brotherhood's influence was felt throughout this realm. There is no obvious way inside. And I don't think we can actually go home or anywhere else until we're done here. So hopefully I have everything I need, or else this is going to be a really short run. That's the Devil's Workshop. You don't see any way inside. There aren't any doors at all. Other buildings stand around the plaza, the architecture plain and nondescript. I didn't really want to enter the tavern, thanks. The spell is already on the doll. It's what it allows it to walk around on its own. Although it may not be obvious, these windows have bars in them, sturdy metal bars, the kind that say, just try and get through me. Needless to say, you can't. Wow, he set up one paranoid fucking house. Electric Zinger has no power. I wonder if the kids come back. Hey, kid.
Where have you been? I've been waiting for you. Look, I got them both. The information and the lockpick.
Tell me about this lockpick.
It's custom. There's never been another made like it. Look at it. The lockpick has been designed to open any type of lock, no matter how complex.
You take the bizarre instrument from the street rat and roll it in your hand. Twisted prongs stick out from a rounded base.
Only one of the prongs will fit into each lock. Once you've placed that prong inside the keyhole, you'll be able to move it certain ways. Each movement will make a specific sound. According to the locksmith, the lockpick will make a distinct sequence of 3 noises before the lock springs. He didn't tell me what that series of sounds was, but he said it would be the same for every lock.
Tell me about the information.
I bought it from an ex-member of the Brotherhood. He claims that this parchment contains the codes to open the tower's treasure room. There's no way to verify it without actually getting inside the tower, so I had to buy it at face value. I don't really understand it anyway. I have no idea what the first line, "by their time to die," means. The second line is a list of continents above Skirvash that partially obscure the sun throughout the month. We can't see which one it is at this time of day because the sun is behind the tower. Overall, I don't know how to use this information, but it might come in handy.
You'd better, because it costs money.
How much did it all cost?
As I suspected, it cost everything I had. Sorry there's no change.
What can you tell me about the wealthy merchant on the edge of town?
He was the most prominent and successful merchant in town until a couple of weeks ago. Then he just dropped out of sight. Rumor had it that he had a run-in with the Brotherhood. Maybe it had something to do with the stiff taxes the Brotherhood places on any transaction in Skirvash. I always thought that he'd be safe from the Brotherhood. He has a magic amulet that keeps him from harm, and he's never without it. That's about all I know, except I heard that he keeps a journal hidden away inside his house. I hope that helps, although I can't imagine how.
Good work. Expensive, but good. I'll take it from here.
Thank you. I think you'll find that in the long run, it will be worth far more than what you paid.
It had better be. That's all I'm saying. I still have the pry bar, little boy. You gently slip the lockpick inside the heavy iron lock. After it slides solidly into place, you carefully examine the lock, trying to decide how to manipulate the lockpick to unlock the door. You must have done something wrong. The lockpick failed to open the door. You remove the lockpick and contemplate the situation. So I need to get them in the right order. Thunk, clack, tick. So that's wrong. Okay. The merchant's lock clicks and the door cracks open. You pocket the lockpick with a sly grin. The house is all but empty. Its contents, save for a few spare items, have been taken away. This full-length mural features a richly dressed young man proudly displaying a glowing amulet. It's strange that the clock was left here when all the other furnishings were taken. Closer examination reveals that the clock is bolted to the mantel. You also see that the only moving part is its one hand. It has no winding key, no gears or wheels, and therefore, as far as you can tell, no way to keep time. This fireplace is made of an irregular but expertly fitted stone. A full-length mural hangs above a broad mantel. You take the poetry book. Oh god, love poems. Hopefully not written by Klingons. Love poems! Whoops, excuse me. She lifts from the mists of the morn. She breathes the first air of the day. She flies toward the rise as she's born, but dies before she is away. When time comes for wine she doth linger, and trails her hands in the stream. She knows as it flows through her fingers, it is far deeper than it seems. Alright, just a second. I'm going to copy all of this. She lifts from the mist in the morn. She breathes the first air of the day. She flies towards the rise as she's born, but dies before she's away. Awawawi. When time comes for wine, she doth linger, and trails her hand in the stream. She knows as it flows through her fingers, it is far deeper than it seems. Huzzah, page 1. And there's only 2 pages, so hey, awesome, Salah. Beware of the rare time she toils. She wears down mountains in her path. The friends she depends on are loyal, but all else should fear of her wrath. She sings of all things in her chorus. The rustle... Ah, come on, fingers work. The rustle of leaves is her song. Betrayed by the shade of the forest, the time when dark falls sees her gone. And that's the whole poem, as retarded and somewhat deformed as it reads. So Misty Morn. She breathes the first air of the day. She flies toward the rise as she's born, but dies before she's away. When time doth come for the wine, well, that's not really what I wanted you to do anyway. So Misty Morn, wine time. Toil time. Okay. So I'm guessing this is Mistymorn. The object here is to select the correct sequencing of settings on the clock. When you select a setting, the hand on the clock will move towards the corresponding tick mark on the clock face. You can select a setting by clicking on the area immediately clockwise of the tick mark on the clock face or the corresponding tick mark itself. That's really helpful things. Hey, what do you know? I did it! Woohoo! One of the stones surrounding the fireplace pops open. Inside the compartment, you discover a leather-bound journal. Woohoo! And now time for more reading! Oh my god. Tons of reading. Well, not as bad as it looks, but not good either. First entry. I'm not used to keeping a journal, but my thoughts are in turmoil and I have no one to talk with about them. I figure that by writing down my feelings, I might be able to sort through them. Put simply, I have met a woman. She is incredible. She is beautiful, rich, and well-bred. The perfect match for me. I saw her in the gardens. She was sitting at the fountain looking over the flowers, and she said in a melodious voice, "Everything here is so beautiful. I love it so much." She breathed heavily and pouted. She was so cute that I had to approach. I snuck up behind her and whispered, "How much?" She looked rather startled, but recovered nicely, obviously recognizing me as the most successful merchant in the city. "The garden takes me away from my horrible life," she replied. "I love it more than anything, truth be told." "That was before you met me," I stated. She giggled, and at that moment I knew that she was for me. "I've never met anyone that I've reacted to so strongly. I must have her. Normally, women pursue me. I am the most successful merchant in the city, and the notoriety of my magic amulet is widespread. But I've never invested in so much of myself in one woman. If she won't have me, I don't know what I'll do. More later." 7th entry. Every time I see her, I yearn to spend more and more time with her. We've started meeting at the old stream where I played when I was a child. It makes me so happy to show her my old haunts. Taking her across the stepping stones was an absolute joy. Jog? She would only walk across while holding my hand. She was terrified of getting her dress wet. Each step took her further away from the shore, and by the 5th, the last, she collapsed in my arms. I'll have to take her back here more often. 11th entry. Deirdre is beginning to open up to me. Her life, although not quite the horror story she believes it to be, has been hard. Her father died when she was young, and her mother remarried a cruel man who tries to control Deirdre's fate. He doesn't care about her. He only thinks about her dowry, what she's worth. He wants only to preserve her value as a marriage object. She doesn't remember much about her real father. She does recall that he used to read her bedtime stories when she was very young. One especially caught her fancy, The Bouncing Beans. When I told her that I read the same story long ago, she smiled so sweetly that it warmed my whole day. I must have her as my wife, regardless of her penny-pinching stepfather. He may ask for the world, but I will pay it. More later. 20th entry. Her stepfather has cloistered her away. It was obviously his plan to allow her to be with me just long enough to whet my interest. And now that the relationship has progressed, he has snatched her off and is demanding a wedding. I certainly don't mind the idea of a wedding. I made that decision long ago. But I do object to his keeping me away from her while he decides what the dowry will be. Undoubtedly, he's poring over financial records, trying to calculate how much he can safely gouge out of me. All I can do is wait. 21st entry. This waiting is driving me mad. I can't concentrate on my business. I'm useless for any task. I've repeatedly asked your stepfather if he's come to a decision, and each time he sends me away without an answer. The last time he bellowed that he would send a messenger when his decision was made and that I should stop bothering him in the meantime. So what can I do? I wait, and I wait. 22nd entry. Since I cannot do my job, I've decided to commission a portrait, if only to use up some time while I await the messenger. Naturally, I have hired Leonard Bogash. His reputation for excellence is widespread throughout the realms. He's due to arrive in the next few days. 23rd entry. The portrait goes well. Leonard has lived up to his reputation. However, the endless hours of sitting do not take my mind off my prospective bride. Instead, the modeling just gives me more time to dwell on my missing her. I expect the messenger any day now. According to her stepfather, I am to give the dowry directly to the messenger. Only after he delivers it will I see my darling Deirdre again. I argued about handing over what I expected to be a fortune to the stranger, so we agreed that the messenger would identify himself with a few facts that only my fiancé and I know. Then again, I would have agreed to anything to hurry the old coot up. 24th entry. The painting is done, and still the messenger hasn't arrived. I wonder if that man realizes the pain he's putting me through, or if he even cares. 25th entry. The messenger has finally arrived. After confirming his identity, I gratefully handed over the obscene sum that Deirdre's stepfather demanded. It will take quite a few years to regain that amount, but any amount would be worth it to end my torment. Deirdre is due here at any time, so I must end this. 72nd entry, 50 days later. I finally confronted the Brotherhood about the unfair taxes which they levy against this town. They act as if they own Scarvash. They've been a thorn in my side ever since I arrived here. Thus far I've given them no reason for taking action against me, but now I'm a little worried that I've provoked them with my talk of unfair taxes. I can only hope that my amulet will keep them at bay. 73rd entry. I'm certain of it now. They are after me. I replaced the lock on my door with the best I could find, but it didn't stop last night's intruder. If not for my amulet, I would be dead. I'm getting out of here. Sooner or later, they're going to figure out how to neutralize my magic, and when they do, I'm done for. I'm packing up everything I can carry, and I'll be out of here tomorrow. Well, that was fun. The portrait hangs heavily against the wall. There's nothing behind it but stone. So he's gone. Wait, I got it. He's already left, but I can cheat. Create reality pocket. Dee-doo-doo-doo-dee. You form the spell in the air. The glowing lines float over the mural and sink into the surface. An uneven circle, like a hole in the painting, pulls back from the center to the frame, leaving something like a doorway into the scene. A figure stands uncomfortably in the center of an artist's studio. You climb onto the mantle and into the painting. You find yourself standing in the artist's studio, facing a young man awkwardly holding himself in a stiff pose.
Hello, my good man. Have you seen the artist? I'm getting very tired of standing in this position.
Yes. He told me to tell you to take a break.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. That position had me stiffening up. Not really worth the effort, if you ask me. I'm only doing it to fill time anyway. Who are you, by the way?
I'm a messenger from your wife-to-be. She sent me with the dowry information you've been waiting for.
Oh?
He looks at you a
What
little
does my
suspiciously.
doe want?
It's quite simple. She wants your magic amulet.
She wants my amulet? My most prized possession? I don't believe it. How do I know you aren't lying?
Do you think I would be so stupid as to try to lie to such an obviously intelligent and perceptive man?
Well, yes, of course. However, I must verify this information, as I'm sure you understand. I can't just give away something this valuable to someone who claims to be a messenger from my fiancée. The person she was to send was supposed to know some very personal facts about her. Things no one besides me would know.
And her
If you can answer these
parents.
questions, I'll believe you are who you say. First, can you tell me what her favorite bedtime story was?
The bouncing beans?
Interesting. Now, tell me this. How many stepping stones were there over the old creek where we used to meet?
5?
There's only one more. What did I whisper to my lady the first time we met?
How much?
That's correct. You've answered all of my questions. I have no choice but to believe that you are who you claim to be. As I have told my lady, I would give up anything to be with her. She obviously wishes to test this promise by asking for my most prized possession. I will give it to you in hopes that she will realize that my love for her surpasses any material item.
He sighs heavily as he removes the amulet from around his neck and hands it to you. You bow and walk away out of the painting and back into the house. As you leave the portrait, the spell wears off and the portal disappears.
Yes. Is there something else?
I have the amulet. Here it is.
I didn't think you could do it. Now I have no doubts that you're perfect for the Brotherhood. Come with me.
Wow, I even pulled a double loophole on that one. I never even met the real guy. He leads you up to the front of the tower. With motions too quick to follow, rendered in the blink of an eye, he has opened a concealed door. He ducks inside and motions you to follow.
This is the Tower of the Brotherhood, my friend. You'll come to know it well. To the right is the storeroom where we keep the key crystals. You'll learn more about those after you've joined. In front is the legendary treasure room, and to the left is the initiation room. It is here that we go.
Okay.
I noticed that you've taken a beating recently. This healing salve should help. A good assassin is never without it. Wait here. I will be back in an hour or so to proceed with the initiation. Try not to think about the pain involved.
He walks out, grinning evilly. That's not good. That's not good at all. That's just not right! Alright, chappies, I need to take a quick break to deal with a couple of things that need dealing with in the dealing fashion that is dealt with. So I will be back. I'm going to throw up the snack not that one. Not that one either. No, definitely not that one. Where's the other one? There it is. Make one quick change there. And I'll be back in a few minutes. Hang loose, relax, chat amongst yourself. There's coffee and cake in the corner. I awaken! Fear me, for I have bagels in my pants. The table is roughly hewn and covered with old and faded stains that look suspiciously like blood. Dun dun dun. You jump up on the table, look around, and then climb back down again. The window is too small to fit through. The window is too high up in the wall. The shutter is out of reach. The oak door to the right is closed and locked by a metal monstrosity of which you've never seen the like. Until the door is unlocked, you are not going through. Clack. Clank. Tick, yeah. So the one that goes clank is the wrong one. So twist is the wrong one. Could you put it back into the door, please? Shake. And twist. Yay! The lock clicks and the door cracks open. 20 more points. Whew. Light radiates from a huge gem in the ceiling onto a stone statue of a woman wearing a green crystal necklace. The field of light is definitely magical. It glows the same eerie red hue as the gem above. You reach towards the crystal necklace. As your hand touches the field of light, pain races up your arm. You quickly retract your burning fingers. No, not on the necklace. I don't need help there. Cast a spell on the statue. Spell. Motion. Come towards me, my lady. You trace the lines of the spell into the air. The magic envelops the statue. For a few moments, nothing seems to happen. Suddenly, the still form quivers. Stone legs never intended to walk uproot themselves. The statue begins to move jerkily towards you. With every step, it breaks apart. Stone fragments fall away from newly made joints. As soon as it has made its way out of the glowing field, it collapses into a heap. The crystal necklace remains on the statue's neck, but safely outside the killing field. I'll take that, thank you. You slip the gleaming necklace around your neck. You try to sneak towards the outer door, but there's no way to get by the guard there. So we have to open this door. But how? There are two lines of text on the inside. The first reads, "Buy their time to die." The second line reads, "Sharthia, Hestia, Shegra, Eulandia, Aristagon." Perhaps it's an advertising flyer for the Brotherhood? Okay, I don't see anything in that one. Wow. There must be something more to it than that, though. There must be something more to that one. The emerald hand slides into the wall and then pops out again. And so does that one. Oh, shit. Snack break over! Everybody run! There are no more cookies ever! The whole world, we are out of cookies. For fuck's sake. Really? You climb onto the steamed table and flip open the shuttered window. The sun bursts through the opening, somewhat obscured by the distinct shape of the floating continent of Shegra. Which means we should do what he says for Shegra, which is T-I-M-E. Topaz. Iron. Marble. Emerald. The emerald hand slides into the wall and then pops out again. You hear a quiet rumble, like hidden gears turning. Slowly, the wall splits and swings open to reveal a hidden chamber beyond. 25 points. For a treasure room, this chamber is surprisingly bare. Its only distinguishing feature is a platform in the center. You step onto the wide platform to get a better view of the entire room. Now, we should know this one from the book we stole. You lay the crystal necklace on the pedestal into the indentations that frame the flattened top. Light erupts from the pedestal and soon envelops the entire chamber. When your eyesight is cleared, you notice that the room is filled with treasure. Coins and gems, of course, but also ancient artifacts of inestimable value. That's a lot of stuff. So let's take the Book of Pyrron, since they will. You step off the platform, grab the leather-bound book, and return to your perch. You step off the platform, grab the technical manual. On your way back, you slip on some loose gems lying on the floor. You fall headfirst onto the hard surface of the platform. The impact stirs an involuntary yelp of pain. The noise echoes out the opening in the wall down the tower's main hall. Before you can get to your feet, the guard comes bursting into the chamber, led by Hugh himself.
I like you. You're a thief after my own heart. Unfortunately, we can't suffer someone who's tried to steal from the Brotherhood to live. I'll try to make this as painless as possible.
He draws out a wicked-looking dirk and advances towards the platform. I probably need to do something, but God knows what. Hugh steps onto the platform and with one graceful movement slides the blade deep into your heart. You don't feel much pain, but are very aware when your heart ceases to function. Actually, I know what to do. Take the necklace, which will beam out anything that's not on the platform. You snatch the key crystals from the pedestal. This causes the contents of the room to be transported back to the space between realities. Fortunately for you, this doesn't include the person standing on the platform. Unfortunately for Hugh and the guard, this happens to include them. Wearing expressions of disbelief, they fade away along with the remainder of the treasure. And if I was going to be a real super dumbass, I'd just bring them back. You lay the crystal onto the pedestal into the indentations. Light erupts from the pedestal when you're... You summon up the very angry guard who pounces on you with fury. Hugh walks over to you and after making you feel more pain than you can ever remember, removes you from this world with a much more permanent method. Yeah, I did that on purpose. Because I felt like being dumb. I do dumb sometimes. And now we can leave.
I can't believe it. You got out of the tower alive. No thief has ever survived. We've got to get out of here. Skirvash isn't safe for either of us. The Brotherhood rules this city, and they'll kill us when they find us.
Yeah, probably they will. But you know. Nature of the Neast. You race back to the elven ship with the street rat in tow. King Stephen's troop captain holds up the rope ladder as you climb aboard. A few hand signals from the captain send the crew scurrying, and shortly the ship lifts off. We're free! Or at least very discounted.
I've decided to stay on board until we reach the Valkyrian Isles, where Stephen rules. I think I can live much better in human lands. I'll need these to get started. You understand, I'm sure.
He flashes an evil smile and grabs the lockpick and pry bar from you. Oh, little shit stole my stuff. Smiling, you climb down the ladder and wander into the Dwarven Caverns. From that vantage, you watch the ship depart into the stormy sky. You take inventory of your possessions and note that the rat has also lifted the necklace of key crystals. He'll get what he gets. This is a perfect hollow globe forged from flawless crystal. Undoubtedly, its worth is incalculable for its craftsmanship alone. However, it is also a Sartan relic as well. Oh god, another book. The Kixie Winsey Handbook. Alright, not as long as it could be. Swear I should get a gig on Reading Rainbow at the rate I'm going. The Kixie Winsey. The Kixie Winsey, as it is affectionately known by the dwarves who both named and maintain it, is a grand machine. At any instance in time, its size is unknown because it grows and shrinks depending upon its circumstances and its needs. As an enhancement to its burrowing ability, it has been designed to occupy as much space as it requires. Therefore, it is conceivable that the machine could eventually claim the interior of the entire floating continent of Drevlin. The Kixie Winsey is virtually self-sustaining. It builds the necessary equipment, digs the appropriate tunnels, and mines whatever ores are needed to keep itself repaired and expanding. However, because it is possible that this machine will be functioning for thousands of years and that unforeseen accidents could occur, dwarf workers have been posted to supervise its operations. While the Kixie Winsey is expanding, it follows certain rules. It creates specific types of rooms and workstations, and every few miles a control center. Normally, dwarves occupy the workstations throughout the machine to monitor it and perform small tasks. Foremen among the dwarves are assigned the control rooms. In those rooms, the area's performance is continually updated and displayed on the control panel. Thus informed, the foreman can correctly direct the work of the other dwarves. The control center has a second function as well. Generally, the Kixie Winsey mines the ores that it requires. There may be times when a foreman decides that a specific ores are needed to repair the Kixie Winsey are not currently The Kixi-Winzi are not currently being mined. In that case, a foreman can directly modify the Kixi-Winzi to modify, or more accurately, append to its current behavior. Each control panel has a compartment specifically designed for such a situation. If a sample of the needed ore is placed inside the compartment, the Kixi-Winzi will analyze it and dispatch a digger to mine the closest match. It will then deliver that ore to the processing plant so that the foreman can make use of it. Aside from its other functions, the Kixi-Winzi is to be the site for the unification. 3 elements combine to play a part in the process. This manual, a crystal globe, and the Kixi-Winzi itself. Each will be given onto a separate mensch race. Naturally, the dwarves will retain control of the Kixi-Winzi. This book will lie in the hands of the humans, and the crystal globe, the final key, will be given to the elves. The mensch races must work together to actualize the unification. When all of the pieces are gathered, representatives will stand in the resting place of the Sartan. A statue of the beloved Sama will be there to greet them, his hands outstretched as if waiting to receive something. The mensch must surrender the crystal to him. This action will awaken the Sartan and summon the seal piece of Arianis, which will symbolize the start of Arianis' part in the plan. Well, that's not sinister at all. And now, that's the same one I just read. So what's in this Book of Pran? Pran. How many pages are you? Too gall darn many. Jesus. And yet, there's important information in these books. Go forward, please. Prion. It is our hope that the reader has some acquaintance of the designs and motive of the plan. But should that not be so, we offer a summary of events transpired, events in the making, and events still to come. Disorder reigns in the wake of the ongoing struggle between the Sartan and the patrons. The mensch no longer know to whom to pray. A misguided few have actually begun to align themselves with the malevolent machinations of the patrons. If not for the patrons' inherent distrust of alliance and the haphazard nature of their efforts, they might have already claimed victory. And yet, the balance of power is shifting, and something must be done before the added support of millions of mensch proves sufficient to grant the patrons the mastery they so desperately crave. The plan was formulated by Council Leader Sama. Though controversial, it shows great potential for success. History will judge its efficacy, but given Sama's influence with the Council, implementation of the plan seems a foregone conclusion. Sama's plan calls for the world to be sundered into 5 realms, 4 to bear the imprint of elements, 1 of air, 1 of fire, 1 of stone, and 1 of water, and a 5th to constitute a supervisory station for the Sartan and a reformatory for the patrons. The prison shall be named the Labyrinth, and woe to any consigned there. That much said, we must allow that the plan is not without flaw. The successful administering of these new realms will be contingent on our ability to manage the affairs of the mensch. Millennia of war, savagery, and racial intolerance have left them headstrong and unpredictable. But all previous attempts at direct intervention have only exacerbated the situation. God, this thing is so full of big words. It grows apparent that peace cannot be forced upon them, that they must arrive at peaceful solutions to their problems without outside interference. Consequently, we must temporarily remove ourselves from the affairs, though we remain steadfast in our belief that the challenges posed by the new environment will enlighten the mensch to the failings of their old ways. Each of the 4 realms will determine for itself when the 3 races of mensch, elves, dwarves, and humans, have achieved harmony. When that occurs, the Sartan will reveal themselves for the purpose of leading the mensch into an even grander future. For it is then that the final phase of the plan shall be initiated, the linking of the 4 realms via the Death Gate. The coupling is essential to the full working of the plan, for the realms are not designed to be either self-sufficient or self-determining. When a 4-fold unification of the mensch realms has been realized, the High Council of the Sartan will re-enter the vortex, and the spell of sundering will reach completion. We turn now to an analysis of one of the four elemental realms, the realm defined by fire, known henceforth as Pyran. Much like our native world, Pyran will be oblately spherical. It will, however, be hollow, its exterior composed of inert rock, while its interior provides for a breathable atmosphere, arable soil, dense forests, and navigatable oceans. Instead of populating the outer surface, Pyran's mensch will inhabit the inner curvature, again a Dyson sphere. Furthermore, 4 massive suns will be conjured in the center of the hollow to warm and light the interior. These suns will neither rise nor set. The ordinary cycles of life will change. We are confident that the Mensch will, over time, adapt to these new conditions. After Pyron has been forged, we will fashion a structure called the Citadel, whose purpose will be to funnel power through the Death Gate to the other realms. Pyron's 4 sons are to be the source of that power. The Citadel will have ample space to accommodate the 3 Mensch races. What's more, the Citadel will serve as Pyron's unification test site. My name is Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite bullshit about the Citadel. Each of the 3 races will be given a talisman that symbolizes its role in the new society. When the representatives of the elves, the dwarves, and the humans unite at the Citadel and lay those talismans at the door, the Citadel will reopen. The Mensch will be rewarded with a glorious place in which to live, under the tutelage and enlightened guidance of the Sartan, who will arise to greet them. 2. The opening of the Citadel will summon a race of beings known as the Titans, who are designed to operate and service the Citadel. Not only will their size and strength permit them to endure the rigors of their tasks, but their specific magical gifts will enable them to protect themselves and the Citadel from harm. However, to ensure against the Titans using their endowments for any other purpose, we have devised a method to counteract the potential threat that they pose to Mensch and Sartan alike. First, we have kept them sightless. Second, we have rendered their otherwise normal hearing responsive to a sequence of sounds, a string of fractioned tones, that is unlikely to occur naturally. Whenever this sequence is enabled, and for however long it continues, the Titans will be immobilized. The tune follows. Very simple tune, actually. Shame no time signature. Makes it really hard to read. That and it's really fuzzy. Oh, very simple. Long note at the end there. It's a good thing I can read music. Sound Entrance. The Titans will be vulnerable to a variety of behavior modification and/or enhancement spells. The spells will permit the Sartan to subjugate those included in their birth imprinting. Birth imprinting spells cater principally to basic self-defense and task-oriented Citadel operation, along with a specific summon command that directs the Titans to the Citadel when unification of the Mensch talisman occurs. Regrettably, the Titans, too, until their summoning, will inhabit the inner curvature of Pyran, but they will be so well removed from Pyran's population centers that the possibility of encounter or interaction with the Mensch is remote. This concealment is more for the sake of the Mensch rather than the Titans. Faced with such an intimidating foe, the Mensch might be quick to attack, and an attack against the Titans or the things under their care would only enable their very capable self-defenses, resulting in the maiming or killing of some Mensch. I'm reading an owner's manual for a car, only I have to assemble it from atoms. Okay, so we are here now. The controls are many and varied. A compartment draws attention to itself, but the rest is a confusing mess. What compartment? Oh, that compartment. I need the proper mineral, but I don't know what the proper mineral is, so...
Ah, my friend, have you heard? The gods are gone. Their glow disappeared, and my people rose up and cast them out. It was beautiful. Now, we must reorganize our lives. Many of us feel lost without the guidance of the gods. I believe it's my job to keep their morale up. I'm writing a speech about that now.
That's nice. I'll leave you to your work.
That's nice. I'll leave you to your work.
Alright, where to now?
Hello again. What would you like to talk about now?
Have you noticed that the gods are gone?
Know about it? Of course! It's the talk of Drevlin. Groppel's been telling all the children how he outsmarted them. We're lucky we've got such a wise dwarf with us.
Wait a second. I'm the reason the gods are gone. I outsmarted them.
Oh, I think Groffel mentioned that you had something to do with it. A small role, maybe. I'm sure he's very grateful for your help.
Is there any way to talk Limbeck into giving me the speech he's working on?
Oh, no. He never delivers a speech until he's absolutely finished with it. Considering how the work on this speech is going, he'll be at it for some time.
No, I don't want to hear his speech. I want the paper it's on.
I can't understand why you'd want the paper, but he'd never give it away now that he's worked so hard on that speech. I wouldn't know any way to convince him.
Is there anything he wants? Maybe to trade for his speech?
The only thing he's been asking for is some food. Maybe you could give him a marmalade sandwich? I don't think he'd give you his speech for it, though.
Nice talking with you. I've got to go.
Sure. I'll be here.
Stale bread. What's for dinner? Alright. Here, you weird person, you.
Just right. Sorry, but I'm using this one. If you want to write your own speech, feel free to use any of the other papers.
You see only the back of the parchment on which Limbeck is scrawling. It has something printed on it, but you can't read it from here.
My...
That's...
Well, let's try this again. You slap a large dollop of marmalade onto the bread. The marmalade is overflowing. Perhaps you've added just a little too much.
Drat! Now I'll have to start over.
Without looking up, Limbeck accepts the bread and gobbles it down. The mountain of marmalade drips everywhere, even on the parchment before him. He throws the parchment to the side, selects another from a nearby pile, and again begins to write. It's a geological survey map of the continent of Drevlin. It shows the location of all major mineral deposits. The other side is smeared and sticky, so you try to ignore it.
Why are you standing here yammering at me? I'm not talking to you until those gods are gone and my pipe is fixed. You already took my hearing aid, so quit wasting time and get on the job, you lazy, good-for-nothing, lumbering pebble brain.
I believe the word of the day is, fuck you in the ear, you fucking fucker. Well, I only have 4 pieces of pipe, which is what's concerning me. You slather a bit of the salve on the worst of your wounds. They knit and heal right before your eyes. You end up feeling much better. I didn't even know I had any of that.
Now how am I supposed to reinstall it? Those poles are taller than the sky. The other singers are doing the job fine. Better if you just keep it.
And my eye just noticed something. Hi, pipe. You twist the pipe fitting back and forth until it pops out of the crack in the wall. So now we have all 5 pipe pieces. Woo! So let's go fix the broken pipe with the things. Headphones, come on, work with me. No, it can't be right. Indeed. Oh, you can rotate a piece. Use the right arrow key or press the right mouse button. That's not gonna work. Yeah, that was pretty much my instinctive response to it, was like, this isn't exactly possible. Then again, neither is what I've just built, so hey. I think I just rebuilt it. That's not going to work at all. You carefully set all the fittings in place and make a connection between the two ends of the broken pipe section. It looks rather bizarre, but appears stable. 20 points.
You know the deal. I'm not talking with you until the pipe is completely fixed. The way I see it, there's still a hole. Nothing works yet, so I got nothing to say.
Eat my shit, you bald fuck. Fine, now it's fixed.
It's not working yet. I won't believe it until someone opens the master valve.
The valve produces a squeal as you turn it, which is soon accompanied by a low rumble. You hear the flow travel through the pipes along the wall and into the new section. Soon the whole room is filled with happy pumping sounds, and the old dwarf brightens up considerably.
Now what do you want?
Did you notice that the gods have left?
I did hear some yelling and stomping, but I just screamed for those stoneheads to keep it down. Is that what the commotion was all about? Well, good riddance, I say. They were a no-good bunch of charlatans anyway.
Word.
You agreed that once the gods were gone and the pipes were fixed, you'd answer my questions.
That was our deal, I suppose. And since you did fix the Kixie Winsy, I guess I could spin a tale or two with you. What was it you wanted to know?
I'm looking for a piece of the world seal. It's a hexagonal piece of metal with a symbol etched onto it. I thought you might know where I could find it.
I don't remember any world seal. The only thing that comes close was a big statue I found years back in a chamber in one of the old tunnels. Carved into the base of the statue was a symbol framed by a hexagon. Something like the one you described.
Where was this chamber located?
I found it when I was tracing a mineral vein that the Kixie Winsy was mining. But since the Kixie Winsy filled up the tunnel leading to it, I've forgotten precisely where it was located. If I had one of the old maps, I might be able to locate it. But I doubt such a map even exists anymore.
Funny
If
that.
such a map did exist, where would I find it?
That's a tough one. I suppose you might find one wherever you'd find any of the ancient documents, but nobody reads them anymore. The map could be anywhere, or it could have been destroyed. Those papers were pretty darn old.
Available at fine retailers everywhere. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee.
How old are you really?
Old enough to recognize a smart-ass question when I hear one.
Word.
What is it that the Kixie-Winzy does exactly?
Sonny, nobody knows exactly why the Kixie-Winzy was created. The Manjus built it long ago, even before my time. According to the legends, the Manjus intended the Kixie-Winzy to take care of everyone, of all races in all realms. And before you ask, I don't have any idea what that means.
Can you tell me about the Mangers?
The Manjus created the Kixie-Winzy. The dwarves worshipped them before the gods showed up. Some say that the Manjus would have been with us still, but something happened. Come close. I found a chamber that contained a statue of a Manja. It was surrounded by crystal blocks with big people in them, much like yourself. I tried but couldn't open the blocks. I think those people inside, they were Manjas.
That's all. Thanks for the help.
Yeah, sure. Hey, this is a geological survey map of the entire continent. Let me look at it. Here's where I discovered that statue with the symbol. It was in this vein of iron ore. I remember that vein clearly. I saved a lump of the ore. Somewhere. Look closely at the grain. That vein was one of the best.
He continues to ramble on about the old days, but you've stopped paying close attention. Alright, now according to the manual for the Kixie-Winzy, what we need to do is put a sample of what we want into the compartment. As soon as you slip the piece of iron ore into the small compartment, its door slams shut. Lights flare and whistles blare all over the panel. Behind you, the giant digger machine chuffs. Its drill jerks into motion and starts to spin, gradually increasing speed. Puffs of steam toot and hiss randomly from holes. When the drill is no more than a blur, the whole machine trundles towards the wall and melts into as if the wall were butter. Soon it disappears from sight, leaving a dark tunnel behind. Whoa. A tall statue of a Sartan is surrounded by crystal caskets. A roughly hewn tunnel runs off to the west. You can see forms beneath the lids of the crystal coffins, but the faceting of the crystal blurs the forms. Well, I'm supposed to give him two things. A statue of a robed Sartan, much larger than life, lords over the room, his hands outstretched as if asking for something. Gingerly, you place the crystal globe in the pleading hands of the statue. As it clinks into place, the statue's eyes alight with a blue fire. Shafts of light pierce down through the globe. Internal facets distort the light as it passes through the crystal, so that when it has emerged from the other side, the light outlines a hexagonal shape on the ground. The ground shakes. The section of rock floor outlined by the blue light melts away, and Arianis' seal piece rises in its place. Suddenly, the crystal coffins open, revealing hundreds of Sartan, all very dead. The entire experience is rather macabre. Every one of the coffins is filled by a Sartan body. All of them are as dead as doornails. You take the air seal piece. What's my score at? 420 out of 1500. It's 420, man! Actually, it's just about 420, too. Well, nothing more to be done here. I can't bring people back to life. Back into my ship. Take the steering stone. You take the dragon ship back through the death gate and return to the Nexus. Yeah, we'll skip the flying scene. Thanks, boss.
Welcome back, my son.
Liam Neeson!
I see you've been successful. You have Arianis' seal piece. Congratulations. Now, please give me a report.
Absolutely. You hand over the seal piece and describe your adventures on Arianas in detail. Most of the antics of the Mensch seem to bore Lord Czar, but he pays rapt attention to the discovery of the reference book of Pyran and of the crystal coffins holding the hundreds of Sartan corpses.
Amazing. The only Sartan you find are long dead. I wonder if someone has stolen our vengeance from us, or if their consciences did them in. I will have to consider this new information. Now, was there anything else before you use your newfound book to go on to Pryan, Realm of Fire?
What do you suppose killed the Sartan? They all looked fairly young.
I'm not sure. Perhaps a plague. Although I've never heard of a plague so selective that it wipes out an entire race and leaves others untouched. I don't think we have enough information yet. Hopefully you will learn more in your travels.
Can you tell me anything about your research?
The book I'm reading now is titled The History of the Sundering. Not only is it woefully inadequate, but it was improperly stored, and moisture has damaged many of the pages. The book discusses the 6 Sartan responsible for the plan: Sama, Dimitri, Orsef, Lornoy, Tyler, and Weyleth. Each created a specific spell, and for reasons I won't go into, it is vital that I learn which spell each Sartan created. The book did have that information once, but the water destroyed it. So I've been forced to do quite a bit of research on each person.
Okay.
I've divined much about their personalities from other texts. I'm hoping that this will tell me what kind of spell they would be likely to create. I've become very familiar with each of them, and I've named them the 6 devils. Each is a devil in a unique way.
He gives you a piercing look as if to underscore how vital it is for you to understand the enemy. Also, apparently it is incredibly vital, according to a note that was included with this game, that you remember the Order of the Devils. Sama. Dimitri. Phone ringing. Nothing important. Orsef, Lornoy, Tyler, and Walyeth. Why that's important, I have no fucking idea, but you know. Tell me about Sama.
Tell me about Sama.
I call Sama the Devil of the Soul. He was insidious. Although the Sartan Council was theoretically democratic, Sama could talk them into anything. In fact, there was much dissension on the council when the plan was discussed. Many felt that it was too extreme, but Sama thundered right through the contrary arguments. The rest is history.
What did you learn about Dimitri?
I know Dimitri as the Devil of the Hand. He was very skilled at a variety of arts, and was a talented musician. It's said that his interests were very diverse, and he resented the time he was forced to spend on the council.
Whoa, I don't know why it's bogging down like that. Okay.
Who is Orsef?
Orsef is the Devil of the Heart. It is closest to the soul, and in truth, Orsef was Sama's closest advisor. He spent much time among the Mensch, studying them. The Mensch fascinated Orsef for some reason. It was he who was placed in charge of overseeing the transportation of the Mensch into the 4 realms.
Can you tell me about Lornoy?
I call Lornoy the Devil of the Eye. He was one of the few that saw the many problems with the plan. He was the leader of the pitiful opposition. I guess it shows how pitiful indeed the opposition was, that Lornoy was one of the instrumental participants in the plan. Sama must have talked swiftly to convince him.
Tell me about Tyler.
Tyler is the Devil of the Mind. He was the youngest and quickest of all 6 Sartan. If not for him, the plan might never have occurred. Although he was very ambitious, he wasn't nearly the politician that Sama was. Sama used him, as he used everyone to further his own plans.
Who is this Weylith?
I refer to Weylith as the Devil of the Tongue. Sama knew that Weylith was a skilled speaker and well-liked, perhaps almost as good a politician as he. He kept Weylith from the council for that very reason, and was fortunate that Weylith had no political aspirations. Otherwise, he might have had a fight on his hands.
Weird.
Can I take a look at that book?
I'm afraid not. It's so damaged now that I have to keep special care of it. I never move it from this desk, and I turn the pages only with reluctance. I'm sorry.
Liam Neeson, you seem to be withholding information or interpreting things creatively to make my life less interesting. Or more interesting, rather.
Let's go back to some other topic.
Of course. What do you want to know?
You know, Arianis was not a prison. The Mensch weren't slaves. Most of their problems were of their own making. Perhaps the Sartan knew what they were doing?
My son, of course it may appear to be that way. Naturally, the Mensch weren't rebelling against the Sartan. According to your own report, the Sartan there are dead. Believe me, if the Sartan had been alive, they would have been grinding the Mensch under their heels.
Alright, fine. Whatever you say.
We are doing them a favor by removing the Sartan threat forever, or confirming its absence, and finally taking over the reins of their lives. The Sartan were right about one thing. The Mensch do need guidance. They're like children. Listen to your own report. Their squabbles are almost laughable. When we finally bring the world together, we shall give them the leadership that they so sorely need.
You know, your plan just doesn't sound like a good one anymore.
Right now. I'd like to talk to you later if you don't mind.
Very well. I'll be here.
I don't know. It just feels like a propaganda factory. Magic on the Book of Pyran. Spell. Rune transfer. To the Steering Stone. And now we can go to World 3. Pyran. Where we'll have to jump over lava. You call on the power of the Steering Stone to take you through the Death Gate and into Pyran, the world of fire. We can't go back because there's no real reason to. Your ship arrives over a field of green, trees large enough to hold cities. One of them has a flat area just large enough to land the ship on. But something else has caught your eye, a growing crystal city nestled in the carpet of vegetation. You decide to investigate and land the ship in the clearing nearby. Wow. Crystal castles, my friend. Your ship sits on one of the only clear regions on Pyran. To the west, a structure of mammoth proportions towers over you. You stand outside the huge Sartan edifice. A wall surrounds it. There are no obvious doors, only the alcove to the north. It doesn't look like a door. It's more like a wall containing indentations of 3 different shapes. One resembles a hammer, another a sword, a final one a staff. Huh. A strange animal, seated on the ground in front of a bush, startles at your entrance and leaps onto a branch. A tree grows in the middle of a patch of nut-bearing bushes. On a branch, the animal perches, watching you. The animal most resembles a cross between a squirrel and a monkey. Under a coat of thin fur, sleek muscles move as it sways back and forth on its branch. You get the impression that it could prove quite formidable if provoked, despite the fact that there's nothing threatening about its manner. In fact, it seems to be alternating between wary curiosity and hunger. Its eyes travel back and forth between you and the bushes of nuts. One of the nuts pulls away from its stalk rather easily, leaving behind a hole in the shell where the stalk was attached. You toss the nut up to the animal perched on the branch. A lightning-quick claw snatches the nut from the air. The animal tucks it close to his furry body and inserts 2 pointy talons into the hole in the shell. With a crack, the nut breaks open. Even from here, you can smell the explosion of a rich, nutty aroma coming from the exposed nut meat. I don't like having my nut meat exposed, thanks. The animal carefully sniffs the interior of the nut, then, when it appears satisfied, eats the meat in a few quick bites. It discards the shell onto a pile of lake shells and settles back down onto the branch to rest. You sift through the pile of shells and finally select one that's to your liking. I'll take a nut, too. Oh, okay, I can't. Well, I guess the only point for being here was... Okay, I can take another nut. Alright, I took another nut. A tree grows in the middle of a patch of nut-bearing bushes. On a branch, an animal perches, watching you. Well, east should lead back to my ship, so south is the only choice. Oh, south goes into the citadel, so north. You stand at the edge of a thick forest. A hollow tree stump sticks out of the ground. The stump has been dead for a long time. Little holes in the wood show that it is hollow. One twisted branch sticks out at an odd angle from the front. The stump has only one branch. It is rather oddly shaped. It sticks out from the front at a curious angle. Weird. The forest is thick and tall, allowing scant sunlight to break through. Something about it makes you uneasy. You could swear you see the trees move, but when you examine them closely, they remain still. Saving just in case. 'Cause you never do know, do you? The forest is unnaturally still. There are no sounds of birds or animals. There's no wind. You start to wander deeper into the forest when something very large, something you thought was a tree, moves threateningly towards you. You stumble backwards to where you started, and the motion stops. This tree, like the others, is huge. So I can't climb it. Hidden among the trees, you catch only fleeting glimpses of the giants. They look human, though with three major differences. They stand about 20 feet high, they lack hair, and they have no eyes. Armed with only the rusty shear, you rush at the gigantic, immense, huge, invincible titans. To your credit, you actually get in a couple of swipes before you find out what it's like to be a smear on the ground. Yeah, let's not do that again. It's a half shell, harder and thicker than you would have imagined. The shape reminds you of a bowl. You hear the ocean. Why do I hear the ocean? Well, obviously not getting anywhere that way. You rip the plant from the ground, roots and all. I didn't really want you to rip it. The plant isn't particularly interesting, except for its bright pink flowers. You nibble a bit of the flower. It's very bitter. Do you often just rip things out of the ground, friend? Open a stump? Where'd you get an idea like that? Time to put my brain into engagement again. See if I can't get somewhere. Wait, so I know about the... Well, that's the Winds, excuse me. That's the wrong book. No, don't quit. See, I know there's the song that I'm supposed to use, which will, I guess... sedate them or something, but I have no idea how I'd use it. I don't exactly have a musical instrument handy. They aren't exactly crawling with ideas here either. Now let's go to the Tree City instead, since we, can. Giant trees support your ship over unseen ground far, far below. This is a clear, flat area nestled amidst the branches of this giant tree. You see another tree over a narrow but deep drop. Did I just land on Kashyyyk? You untie the thick clothesline and coil it up as you take it. The chamber appears natural, as if the wood of this tree grew with this space in mind. You step into the middle of a busy kitchen, but on your arrival, all noise and movement suddenly cease. 3 pairs of eyes lock onto you. 2 elven women halt their conversation, and a child drops her broken doll and simply stares.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
The heavier woman, wearing an apron, looks you over critically.
I'm just a traveler.
I guess traveler is a more polite name for refugee. Let me give you a piece of advice. You can't afford to be polite when you're looking for work. You are looking for work, aren't you? That's the only reason humans ever come here.
Why do you assume I'm looking for work?
You humans tend to avoid us, unless you're looking for work. Humans are always complaining that their lives are so difficult. Those who want it a bit easier come to us. It makes sense to me. If I had the choice of living with barbarians, hunting my food every day, or working for a stable, civilized people, I'd take the work. Now the question is, are you willing to?
Sure.
Sure, I'll give it a try.
He's doing it, not me,
What do
so...
you need me to do?
I'm glad to hear it. I'm so behind just now that I would welcome anyone's help, even from a human refugee. The king has decided to throw a party with his usual 2-hour notice. Get over to the counter and start kneading that dough. Let's see if you can handle that task before we move you on to anything more complicated.
Okay. You edge over to the counter, pick up the lump of dough, and half-heartedly begin to knead it. While you're doing this, the cook resumes her flurry of activity, continuing the conversation with the other woman as if there had been no interruption. She hurries about the room, tending to several tasks at once. At the same time, she not only manages to keep up her end of the running conversation, but the serving girls' side as well.
I'm worried about the children. I don't have a problem with them playing together, but the royal prince has begun to join in. There are human children in that group. You watch. Nothing good can come of that. No offense, you understand.
None taken, you racist bitch.
Anyway, I've saved the worst for last. There's a human adult out there. He's talking with the children, putting all sorts of ideas in their heads, ideas about all of the races living together, treating each other as equals. Can you believe it?
No. No, I can't. Should I? I mean, it's an honest question.
Rumor has it that he's a wizard.
Hi.
A child described some of his spells, and they're like nothing we've ever seen. In fact, the spells weren't even similar to any of those cast by the humans. Either this human is the most powerful to come along, or he's a member of a different race entirely. Wouldn't that be exciting?
Well, no, because you just said he's a racist. So, you know.
Maybe the child was exaggerating. You know how imaginative they can be.
Of course, that's true. Those children can come up with some wild ideas. Still, it would have been exciting.
People are weird. You notice that the small elf child on the floor has been watching you with wide eyes and an unreadable expression. After a moment, she returns to playing with the battered, pathetic doll. She holds the doll above the floor and tries to make it walk around, but the fact that the doll is missing its head and a leg seem to make the experience less enjoyable than it should be. After a few moments, she drops the doll on the floor and sighs dejectedly. Hey, sweetness. Here. The child looks at the toy in your hand and smiles. She throws aside the broken doll as she jumps up, claps, and runs over to grab the better toy. She turns it around in her hands and laughs happily.
You're nice. I like you. You have to meet my friends. Come on, let's go.
She runs outside and beckons you to follow. She sounds like she's about 16. The cook pulls a tray of sweet cakes from the oven. The aroma makes your mouth water. A loud buzzing draws your attention to a small window. You see a nasty-looking insect about the size of your fist flying into the kitchen, also attracted by the sweet smell. The serving maid screams and pulls herself as far from the bug as she can. Only the cook manages to remain calm. As the insect hovers over the cake, she pulls out an ugly yellow flower from an apron pocket and crushes it in her hand. She unfolds her fingers, and the room is suddenly filled with a horrible odor. The odor makes you feel somewhat queasy, but it seems to have a much more substantial effect on the insect, which darts back out the window.
It must be bug season again. Those terrible insects are such a bother. Every time I make something sweet, they show up, seemingly out of nowhere. On one occasion, I was actually stung by one of them. I was in bed for a week. These petals should do the trick of keeping them away today, but this is my last plant. I'm going to have to get the children to start harvesting the stinkweed again.
What was that bug?
Their hives appear during every harvest season. The insects that live in them usually leave us alone, unless they are angered, or they smell something sweet. That drives them crazy. I always keep some stinkweed around, just in case.
Why does the flower drive off the insect?
As much as the bugs are drawn to the sweet smells of my cooking, they are repulsed by the smell of stinkweed. Actually, stinkweed isn't all that bad until you crush the petals, but then you'd best be as far away from it as you can get.
Where do you find that yellow plant?
I'm not sure. The plant grows wild in bunches, but it's difficult to find. I have all the children out searching for it, and since I reward their finds with sweets, the plant is in high demand. Whenever it's discovered in the wild, the children return with as much as they can carry. They practically drool over that patch growing on the nearest tree, but no one can get to it.
May I have one of those cakes?
Absolutely not. I'm preparing these cakes for the king's party.
You mean it's going to smell like that in here all day? I think I'm done with this dough, you see? All nice and needed.
Well, you've done a pretty poor job on the dough, but I don't think I'm going to get much better out of you. Leave then. I don't blame you for wanting to get away from the stinkweed.
Can't knead dough. What kind of person are you, man? The serving girl is too engrossed in the cook's chatter to pay attention to you, or do much else. You don't quite understand how an oven grown into the wooden wall of a tree isn't a fire hazard. The warmth flowing from it makes the room a little uncomfortable. On a tray beside it, you see a tray of golden sweet cakes. Sweet cakes.
I didn't think you'd ever get here. Come on, let's go. It's through here.
She wiggles through a clump of bushes to the east. You come upon a group of children gathered at the ledge. They're calling to someone below. One smaller child is crying. You stand on a large curving branch that overlooks a sheer drop which extends further than you can see. A young man stands on a ledge below you, looking up. When you glance over the edge, you see a young elf trapped on a lower ledge, trying, without much success, to climb back up.
These are my friends. That doorknob down there is the prince. I guess he finally got up enough courage to go after the golden staff. He's been talking about it long enough. It doesn't look like he made it very far, though.
No, it certainly doesn't.
Hello, sir. Could you help me off of this ledge, please? Don't tell anybody. My father would be so angry.
Who's your father?
I'm the royal prince. My father is the king. Don't think you can take me hostage, though. My father would find and kill you before he'd pay anything.
Take you prisoner? It never entered my mind.
Whew. Thank you, sir. I'd appreciate any help you could give me.
How'd you get down there?
It's a long story. If you help me out, I'll tell you.
How far is the drop? It looks pretty deep.
It's the deepest thing in the whole world. Very, very deep. Deeper than you can imagine. There's no way in except straight down, and it goes all the way down to the ground.
You know, as an acrophobe, someone desperately scared of heights and falling, this is kind of... I wouldn't want to live here.
Didn't make it very far before you turned back, did you?
I thought I could make it. I had myself talked into it, but when I began the descent, I realized how difficult, no, impossible the climb was. I slipped and fell onto this ledge, and couldn't climb back up. So I'm stuck here.
I'll give it some thought. Don't go anywhere.
Very well. I guess I'll wait here.
You can't attract the attention of any of the children. They're too busy playing their own games. The elf child ignores you. Yeah, what a bitch. You lure one end of the clothesline to the struggling prince. He grabs hold of it and gratefully as you haul him up.
Thank you, sir, for coming to my aid. I would have made it out eventually by myself, but your help sped things up quite a bit. I am at your service, sir. Anything I can do for you, I will.
So, why did you climb down there? Not the smartest thing in the world to do.
I know. It's a long story. I was searching for the staff. I figured that I wanted it more than anyone who had gone before me. It turns out that I had much more enthusiasm than ability.
Enthusiasm won't help you climb down a tree that is many miles high.
I found that out. My father forbade me to go after the staff. Too many of my ancestors entered the maw and never returned. I guess he knew what he was talking about.
Well, usually it's not hard to tell when you're falling down trees.
Staff?
Ain't that
What
wise?
staff?
I guess everyone isn't familiar with the legend. I'll tell it to you. Ages and ages ago, the gods gave 3 items to the races. To the dwarves, they gave a golden hammer. To the humans, they gave a golden sword. They gave us a golden staff.
I see.
The items were supposed to symbolize... After one of the
I
ancient
have
wars
no
with
idea why I did that.
my ancestor rebelled against the symbolism of the staff. He cursed the idea of living and working with the other races. So he took the staff and cast it into the maw, never to be seen again. He did it in the heat of anger, and soon regretted it. The staff represented more than the ancient legends. It was also a symbol of leadership. Without it, he chanced losing his power. So my ancestor climbed down into the maw to reclaim the staff. He never returned. Since then, members of the royal family have sought the staff. Every few generations, an elf will climb down into the maw, but not one has ever made it back. We don't even know what's at the bottom. We only know that there is solid ground, and the only way in is straight down. We call it the maw because it swallows up anything that enters it.
How could anything be worth risking your life like that?
You say this,
Naturally,
you're going
I wanted
to.
regain the staff for my people. My father would be so proud of me. They would write songs about me. I would have done what all of my ancestors failed to do. Don't you think that's enough?
Of course. Why else would you have done it?
I'll tell you why. He wants to impress his girlfriend, that human. Isn't that right?
Ooh.
I guess there is someone that I kind of like, and she does happen to be human.
Scandalous!
Who is this girl?
She's beautiful. She's a hunter, she's a musician, she's a leader, she's everything I ever wanted. And not only is she human, but she's a princess as well. And she doesn't even know I exist. Now without the staff, I'll never get a chance.
A human? Won't your father be a bit angry with your choice?
I don't care. At least she's royalty. My father will learn to accept it. He has to.
Does he?
How would possessing the staff help you to get this girl?
The humans believe that the items from the gods are symbols of rulership. Every human leader since the beginning has carried the golden sword. The current monarch, the princess's father, has been ill for some time. While he's incapacitated, she has accepted the responsibility of rulership. With it, she has taken the sword. She takes her station very seriously, and she'll only consider a suitor of equal status. Because the humans equate rulership with the possession of the godly items, she won't even look in my direction if I don't have the staff.
Where did you meet her?
I met her at one of our gatherings. Lately, she's been coming to hear the wizard speak. I think she's interested in his message of racial harmony. In fact, she'll be coming to a meeting tonight. I was hoping to have the staff by then. Oh well.
That's all there is to it? You get the staff, and it gets you the girl?
Well, not quite. I have to earn her respect, and I'll never get it without the staff. After that, I'm not sure what to do. I think I have to soften her up somehow. Maybe I need something pretty to give her. Even if I do get in her good graces, I won't know what to say. I always get tongue-tied whenever I talk to her. I just don't know the right words. I think if I had something nice to give her and the right words to say, I'd have a chance.
Let me get this straight. You need the staff, the right words, and a pretty present? Sounds like you've been thinking about this for quite a while.
Forever. I decided that if I couldn't have her, I didn't want to go on living. That's why I tried to get the staff. If I didn't make it, I'd be out of my misery.
Enough about this girl.
Word.
Right?
Let's talk about something else.
Certainly.
Double word.
What is this place?
This is the Maw. Called that because anything that goes in gets swallowed up. It's a sheer drop, ringed by trees on all sides. The only way to the bottom is straight down. It's an evil place. I'll never go near it again.
You're at my service, eh?
Yes, sir. I'll do anything within reason. Answer any questions you may have. You look new to this land. I'll be glad to help you out.
You're the Prince of the Elves?
Yes, I am heir to the throne. My father is the ruler of all elves on Prian. If he knew what I had done, I'd never see the light of outdoors again.
I should go tell him.
Do you know anything about a big, ancient building? It has a door with 3 symbols on it.
An ancient building? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Perhaps the wizard can help you. He's been around forever.
Have you met this human wizard who supposedly talks to children?
Of course. His name is Zifnab. He's a human, but he's the strangest human I've ever met.
Zifnab?
Though admittedly, I haven't met all that many. He resembles you somewhat, but in place of your black hair with white tips, he has white hair with black tips. Do you know him?
I'm not sure. Tell me more about him.
He stays out of sight most of the time and only shows up when we have scheduled a meeting. He also makes sure to keep out of the way of adults. They'll keep him away from us, he claims. Would you do that? Keep him away from us?
Why would I do that?
The other adults claim that we should stop listening to him, that he's a bad influence. The things he says about racial harmony are compost. I can't believe that. Much of what he says makes sense, at least when he's coherent. You saved my life, but I can't let you near him if you try to keep him away from us. Would you do that?
Of course not. He sounds harmless enough.
Whew.
Never in the
glad.
direction
I
vector.
would really like you to meet him. He does the most spectacular tricks. Even when we don't understand half of what he says, he's always entertaining. If you'd like, I can lead you to the meeting place. There's a gathering tonight.
Wait a second. I have a few more questions for you.
Certainly.
Very well.
Apparently I don't.
I'll accompany you to this gathering of yours.
Very good. The meeting should be fun, even though I didn't get the staff. Please follow me.
He wanders off into a shaded grove to the southeast. As you stroll into the clearing, you notice the children scurrying around preparing the area. Some gather wood for a fire pit in the center. The remainder relax around the pit on the ground or on a log nearby.
He's just upset because his girlfriend is coming and he didn't get the golden staff to impress her.
You're kind of a little twat, aren't you? You're gonna grow up and be a housewife who gets beat up by her husband because she's a bitch. Nyeh.
Hello, good sir.
When is your girl going to show up?
I'm not sure. And she's not my girl.
Do you think your girl would give me her sword if I ask her nicely?
Give you her sword? Never. It's her most valuable possession. She'd die before she gave it to anyone.
Then I guess I'll just have to kill her.
Well then, do you think she'd do me a favor if I asked her?
I can't say. But I've never seen her be nice to anyone she didn't know well. If she liked me better, I'd be happy to ask her for you. Maybe someday.
What exactly do you need to court this princess?
First, I need the golden staff of rulership. She'll regard me as an equal if I hold it. But even if I gain her respect with the staff, there's no guarantee she'll like me very much unless I can give her something nice. Something as pretty as she is. Then, once she's feeling kindly towards me, I'll need something to keep me from stumbling all over my words. I can never figure out anything to say.
What exactly?
First,
Shut up.
Tell me about this staff.
I've already told you almost everything I know about it. Though I know that I'll never again go into the mall after it. Once was enough. And usually more than enough because you're not around to talk about it afterwards.
Tell me about this pretty thing.
I don't know. I need something nice. Something pretty. Something that girls like. There must be something like that around here somewhere.
Tell me about the right words.
I have trouble enough speaking to her without trying to sound romantic. I know that if I try, I'll end up stumbling all over myself. I need a script of some sort.
I'll tell you what. Why don't you try roses are red, violets are blue, you're real nice, and I'm stuck on you.
Even I could come up with something better than that.
How long does the gathering go on?
For quite a while. Zifnab sometimes leaves and returns a few times in an evening. We use his comings and goings as an excuse to socialize and play games. We only leave if we start to get really tired.
Or our asses hurt too much.
When is Zifnab going to show up?
Who knows? Zifnab is anything but predictable. He will be here sometime today, but when exactly is anybody's guess.
Thanks, Prince. I'll speak with you later.
Sure, I'm not going anywhere.
Don't worry, it's dead. Not a live bug in it. Lucky for us.
A couple of boys approach the fire pit carrying a cumbersome papery hive between them. They dump it into the hole. When the hive strikes the ground, the crash causes the others to jump back in surprise.
You don't know the half of it. My cousin tried to light one up when live bugs were still using it. You should have seen him afterward. He almost died.
Well, it's better than carting around a bunch of wood. These hives burn better than anything I've ever seen, and they're much lighter. Besides, I've kept my eye on this one for the last week. It's as dead gets.
I have a sneaking suspicion that you're wrong, but you know.
Thank you very much. I still need the golden staff of rulership. She'll only regard me as an equal if I hold it. But even if I gain her respect with the staff, there's no guarantee she'll like me very much unless I can give her something nice, something as pretty as she is. I'm lucky that you gave me this book of love poems. If I ever get that far, at least I'll know what to say.
That you will, my friend, that you will. Here, have some plants.
I can't see how this would help me woo the princess. Thank you anyway, though.
They're flowers, you Nimrod. Oh, maybe they aren't. Here, have some marmalade. Bloop. Time passes. A child strikes a piece of flint against a flat rock she holds. The sparks fall onto the dried moss in the hive. Immediately, the hive explodes into flame and the children applaud. You hear some rustling from the bushes. Immediately, the children's chatter stops. All eyes turn toward the sound. A pretty human woman steps lightly from the branches. She's dressed in hunting leathers, but carries herself regally. A golden sword is strapped to her waist, and a flute is strung about her neck. She utters no words when she sees everyone looking at her, and instead walks to the log and sits down. She attempts to act unperturbed, although it is obvious that she is uncomfortable with the attention. Also, a golden sword would be a pile of shit in combat, let me tell you what. As soon as the woman arrived, the elven prince became entranced. His mouth dropped open and his eyes followed her every movement. When she sat down, he seemed torn between wanting to speak to her and wanting to run far, far away. Now he appears to have arrived at a compromise, sitting in place and staring at her while she pretends to ignore him. I'll take that, yoink. You scoop up the hot ember with the shell. Hey, I have a hot ember now. Why do I have a hot ember? I don't know. At first, you mistake the princess's silver flute for decoration. Carved dragon wings stretch out from the instrument as if to suggest that it is capable of taking flight at any second.
Even though you look to be human, I don't know you, and I don't speak to people I don't know.
My god, that looks about as wieldy as Flava Flav's clocks.
Hello, good sir.
So this princess is the girl you're crazy about, huh?
Oh, yes, that's her. I'd give anything just to have a simple conversation with her. On the few occasions she actually listens to me, I stumble over my words until I'm flat on my face. She just gives me that frown of hers and looks away. I'll never get her to take me seriously.
What exactly?
First,
We already did that.
What is that thing in the fire?
that's the hive of some nasty stinging bugs we have around here. It's completely deserted. Otherwise, we'd be up to our necks in angry flying insects. They don't take well to their homes being lit on fire.
Most things don't.
Thanks, Prince. I'll speak with you later.
Sure, I'm not going anywhere.
Well, there's nothing I can think of to do down here. White disc. A white disc has been embedded in the ground. The surface is metallic, smooth and metallic, and glows with magic. Bizarre. Let's see if there's anything else up here. The chasm between the two trees is just too large to jump.
I've no time for you and your foolishness. You're no kitchen worker, so you've no place here. Take it outside, please.
Okay, fine. Chillax. A branch from the far tree reaches over the expanse between the two trees. Ah. Bugger all. From this distance, you can't make out if the garden is natural or cultivated. It does contain a variety of multicolored flowers and is quite beautiful. Foliage covers almost every surface. Most of the plants resemble conventional bushes. Only the ground is free of them, and because of the constant traffic over it. Another giant tree stands very close to this one. You see a small garden in a niche at approximately the same level as this clearing. It looks almost close enough to jump to, but not quite. A branch from the far tree extends over the chasm between the two trees. Why do I have a hot ember anyway? You pull on the close line, but it doesn't go anywhere. Burp. The conversation dies suddenly. You look around to determine the cause and notice that everyone is staring at the disc in the ground. It has started to glow and is getting brighter every moment. A fountain of white fire bursts from the disc. It rises into the air, whipping and spitting about. With a flash, the font disappears, replaced by a somewhat confused-looking man dressed in a large white robe. As he smooths and brushes his garb, you dive behind a bush out of sight. There is no mistaking it. This man is Sartan, and you don't want to scare him away too soon. Oh my.
Welcome, my little friend. It's time for the Zifnab show. I hope you're all comfortable. I seem to be without my beautiful assistant. Always liked her outfits, although I couldn't figure out how she kept from catching cold. Well, we'll have to make do without her. I hope you've all been thinking over what we talked about last time. I know you're just dying to philosophize about racial harmony.
I know I am.
Magic, 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 magic.
on there?
Magic! Magic! Magic!
Whoa! Yes, I know that the races living in conflict is very tragic. That's why we're going to talk about it.
Preaching to the wrong audience, I think.
No, we want to see some magic.
Oh, magic! You want to see magic? Let's see. Any of you have a $50 bill? No? How about 100? Put that coin away, son. This trick only works with the high denominations.
Zifnab removes his battered hat and fingers a hole in the tip. Inspired, he flips it upside down and says, "Hey, Rocky, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat." He reaches inside and after rummaging around for a while, comes out empty-handed. He looks mystified. Where'd that rabbit go to? I could have sworn I had a rabbit in my hat.
Hey, Rocky, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat.
Well, maybe it was bats in my belfry.
Go to? I could have sworn I had a rabbit in my hat. Maybe it was bats in my belfry.
I think it's a little of both, boss. You stare open-mouthed at the outlandish figure. Without question, this Zifnab is a Zartan, but he is nothing like you envisioned. He seems harmless enough, perhaps even a little mad, but you know how powerful the Sartan were. Best just to observe. The purpose of this whole act could be to lull any potential enemies into underestimating him.
Well, let me try a real showstopper. What was that spell? It always gets everyone's attention. Feather fall? No, something else. Direfall. Why a ball? Fire hole? Wait, it'll come to me.
Zifnab stands in place contemplating his spell. The silence lengthens, but the children don't mind. They turn to each other and talk, obviously used to these lapses. Time passes and in your crouch position your leg starts to cramp. Involuntarily you shift your weight. The movement shakes the bush and you use as cover and attracts the Sartan's attention.
Is that a new little friend I see back there? Come on up here. Every new friend gets to grab a handful of pennies from the jar. My, you're a tall bugger, aren't you? Wait a moment, you're not a child. In fact, you're not even from Pryan. You're a patron.
Good guess, boss. The white robe Zifnab wears whips around as he whirls back towards the disc in the ground. Before you can do a thing, he traces a rune construct into the air. The spell floats into the white disc and appears to catch fire. You charge him, but before you can reach the disc, he has disappeared to wherever the spell has taken him. You have learned a spell.
Hello, good sir.
Where did he go?
Where did who go?
That flaming Sartan. You know, Zifnab.
Oh, Zifnab. I'm not sure. Sometimes he just gets so flustered that he leaves through the disc. Seeing you sure made him flustered for some reason. We'll all wait around for a while to see if he comes back. It's usually worth it if he does.
Thanks, Prince. I'll speak with you later.
Sure, I'm not going...
I'm definitely not going anywhere. Use magic on white disc. Spell. Transportation. Cast. You weave the spell in the air. It floats lightly over to the disc. It strikes, and an explosion of light obscures everything. Eventually, the light fades, but what reappears isn't at all like what it was there before. Your surroundings are completely altered. The only thing that remains is the disc, but its colors change to black. The base of a massive branch, shielded by leaves, is home to a dragon. A dragon? The branch extends over the chasm between the trees. You appear on a wide branch. The somewhat weather-beaten Sartan stands in front of you. Behind him you notice a gigantic reptile, something you'd heard stories about but never seen. A dragon.
Hello, patron. Before you do anything rash, I must inform you that we are both under the watchful eye of my pet dragon.
He turns to present a monstrous reptilian form stretched out behind him. Zifnab looks concerned, then kicks the dragon's tail. Probably not a good idea.
Wake up, you stupid dragon! I've got a boogie at 12 o'clock! Unfriendly fire! Traitor in our midst!
Slowly the dragon opens its huge eye and regards you. The look it gives you says, "I know he's a little excitable, but he's mine. Touch him and you answer to me." Then it closes the eye and starts snoring.
Whenever I really need him, does he help out? No, he sleeps!
heaps. It's enough to make someone go out and get a cat. Well, since you're already in my home, I might as well be hospitable. Coffee, tea, a push off of the branch?
Who are you?
I'm Cortex, the thinking machine. No, wait a second, that's not it. I knew a moment ago. Ooh, that's right. I'm James Bond, Agent 007. I've got a license to kill, so you'd better keep your distance. Somewhere I have a lighter that can obliterate half a continent. Either that or take your picture.
This guy talks a lot like me, which is weird.
No, you're not. You're Zifnab, the children told me.
Haha, that's just my cover. You a fool, huh? Can't blame you. I'm the best in the business.
What?
Something wrong with you? I told you. I'm Bond. James Bond. I don't think this boy's playing with a full deck.
Quit fooling around. I know you're Zifnab. Although what kind of name Zifnab is, I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah? Well, what kind of name is Haplo?
How'd you know my name is Haplo?
Your name is Haplo? Glad to meet you. I'm Zifnab.
He grabs your hand and pumps it up and down.
You didn't answer my question. How'd you know my name is Haplo?
Hello.
Why, you just told me when you introduced yourself. You'd better start paying attention to the conversation if you're gonna learn anything.
I feel like I've had this conversation recently in another game.
Try to keep it together, Sartan. I need some information.
Well, let's see. I have a piece of microfilm lodged in my inner ear from my smuggling days, but I can't really talk about that. How about the weather? Pretty sunny, huh? Actually, talking about the weather isn't quite as interesting when it's always the same.
Why are you talking to the children about racial harmony?
The races have never been closer to tolerating each other, especially the children. If I can impress upon them the importance of peace, they may achieve unification.
You've referred to the unification. What exactly is it?
The unification, that's the racial harmony I've been talking about. When all the races come together and are capable of living with each other, the worlds are key to open their resources to the Mensch, wake up the sleeping Sartan, and ready the realm for the interconnection. Each world set up its own test to determine when the unification occurred. When the Mensch figured out the way into the Citadel, when they worked together to enter it, they will have unified. This was supposed to happen in every realm. After all of them were ready, the Council was supposed to complete the sundering by interconnecting the realms. The new society would begin. But it's been so long. Far too long. Something went wrong.
We already know this. We've heard it twice already. Please don't give me another conversation full of things I already know.
What do you think went wrong with the plan?
We took on too much ourselves. We were gods, and we were infallible. I warned Sama that we should wait. There were alternatives, but he didn't listen. He was full of his dream.
What is this dragon?
He's my pet dragon. I met him shortly after I came to Prian. He took a liking to me, so I decided to adopt him. He told me that he embodies good in the wave. Doesn't make any sense to me. If he's supposed to be the personification of good, then he wouldn't be so lazy.
That dragon is the embodiment of good?
I know. Hard to believe, isn't it? Especially since he didn't just eat you up as soon as you arrived.
Are you implying that I'm evil?
Of course not. Are you inferring that you are evil? That may be important. We might be on the verge of a breakthrough. A few more sessions and we'll be able to make some serious progress on your complex.
It's like talking to Gandalf if he was played by Robin Williams.
What's the wave?
You know, it's when a portion of the audience lifts their arms, followed by another portion, then another, until it completes a full circle around the stadium. No, wait, that's different. The wave is a little harder to explain. Reality is balanced. Good and evil can never be more powerful than each other. When that happens, the wave compensates. The dragon was created a long time ago in response to something else. Something very evil.
So in other words, the wave is the force. Oop, wrong way.
Do you know what the evil thing was?
Is, my good man, is. Since my dragon here is still around, you must assume that his evil counterpart is still around as well. I have my theories as to its form, but it's such a depressing subject that I prefer not to talk about it.
Enough. Let's talk about something else.
All right. How about those Steelers? Think they'll go all the way?
Where are the other Sartan?
I don't know. Have you seen them? I figured they'd been hiding from me all this time. Some joke. I turn my back for a couple years, take a little moonlight stroll, and they all go away. Well, it's not funny!
This last part is screamed into the air, not directed at you.
Where do you think they could be hiding?
Well, I left them in the Citadel when I went for a walk. I assumed that they'd be along, but they never came. I haven't seen them since.
I found a group of them on Arianis. They were in crystal coffins.
Of course they were. The unification has yet to take place on Arianis. When it does, the coffins will open and the Sartan will come out to help the Mensch.
No, you don't understand. I did something there and the coffins opened. All of the Sartan were dead.
They're dead? All dead? How did it happen? How could it happen? You did this, patron, didn't you? Somehow your race has struck back and killed us. Admit it!
You're wrong, Zifnab. One of my missions is to find out where the Sartan disappeared to. If the Sartan are dying off, it's not of my doing.
Ah, of course. Your people were imprisoned when this happened. You couldn't have had anything to do with it. There's something else out there.
Ooh, third force.
Why are you here?
I don't know why I'm here exactly. Even though our policy is non-interference when it comes to the unification, I felt I had to help it along. It's been so long and the Mensch have never been so close as they are now.
So your Robin Williams is a Gallifreyan Gandalf. Gets a little funnier every time.
How long have you been here? Alone?
I'm not alone. I've got my dragon, I've got the children. I don't need more than that. But it seems like a long time since I've seen any of my people. A long time.
Let's talk about something else. You're obviously uncomfortable with this subject.
Suit yourself.
Where is Priam's seal piece?
Ah, the seal piece. Your lord needs it, huh? You know, there are better uses for it than what he intends.
What do you know about my lord?
Oh, nothing. I'm sure he's a wonderful fella. Life of the party kind of guy. Am I right? I'll bet he could show me a card trick or two.
How do you know what my lord intends?
What do patron lords usually intend after they've escaped from thousands of years of imprisonment? You think maybe he wants to conquer the realms, reform the world to enslave the masses? No, nobody's that antisocial.
What uses?
Interested? Well, back in the old days, we had plans for those pieces. Big plans. Plans that make other plans look really small. Really huge plans. And important, woo-wee! You don't get any more important than those plans. That's how we made plans in the old days. Big and important.
Well, what were your plans?
What plans?
Don't try and throw me off track. Where is it?
All right, don't get in a huff. Where did we put that piece? Didn't we build something to put it in? Oh, that's right. It's in the Citadel.
All right, that's a start. What's the Citadel?
That's a pretty open-ended question. The Citadel is a fortress, or it's a city, or it's a power station. Take your pick.
Where is the Citadel?
Oh, it's that way, I think. You should be able to see it from the air in your flying ship. It's really big. Had to be, you know.
How do I get in?
That's a toughie. No one can get in. In fact, it was designed to keep everyone out. I certainly don't think any exceptions were made for angry patrons. Of course, after the unification, anyone could just walk right through the front door.
You mean I'll have to make all of the races get along before I can get that door open?
Well, it's not quite that difficult. We set up a test to detect when the races started to get along. We gave each a symbol. A golden sword to the humans, a golden staff to the elves, and a golden hammer to the dwarves. If a representative from each race places their symbol upon the door to the Citadel at the same time, it will open. The 3 races must do it together. One man with all the symbols wouldn't be able to open the door.
Which means don't bother trying to go get them all yourself. You can't possibly do it.
Where are all of those symbols?
They certainly didn't take quite the care of them that we hoped they would. Only the humans still revere their symbol, but they look on it as a symbol of leadership instead of its actual meaning, the humans' role in a new integrated society. Every human leader carries it. It gives them the authority to rule. I believe the current holder is the young princess who occasionally comes to my gatherings.
Yep. I already know that.
The elves threw their staff into a local pit called the Maw. It's been lost for generations. I don't know how the unification can occur until it is recovered. The dwarves, straight-lined practical thinkers that they are, took one look at the hammer, decided that it was the most inferior hammer they'd ever seen, and stuck it deep in their weapons vault. I don't think they even remember that they have it.
Well, yes, because a gold hammer would suck more cock than an entire army of prostitutes. It'd be useless. How do you forge a sword with a hammer that's softer than the iron? Or steel? Or whatever?
Isn't there any other way to get in the Citadel?
Well, let's see. A spell might help you out. Maybe if you blew down a wall or something. There's one spell I remember. What was it? Tie a wall, lie a stall? I can't seem to recall. Oh well, sorry I couldn't help.
Didn't you come from there? How'd you get out?
Getting out is not the same thing as getting in. In fact, they're 2 entirely different things. Yin and yang, night and day, black hat and white hat.
With that, Zifnab removes his hat, squints at it, and pounds on it until it looks worse than ever. Satisfied, he replaces it on his head and smiles.
Tell me more about the Citadel itself.
All right.
How is the Citadel a fortress?
At present, that seems to be the only task that it accomplishes on a regular basis. All of its other functions were intended to come online following the unification. Right now, the Citadel lies dormant. The Titans roam the forest. Everything waits on the unification. That's why I'm trying so hard to convince the children to throw away their prejudices.
Titans? What are they?
I already know this.
The magical creatures created to operate the Citadel. We built them to last too. Big suckers, maybe 3 times your height, and powerful enough to rip up a small tree. Their appearance is a little unsettling. They don't have any eyes. Don't need them. We gave them enough magic to sense everything around them. In fact, they can sense things miles away when they're motivated enough. When we built this realm, we dumped them into the forest. Until the Citadel powered up, they had nothing to do. I think they went a little crazy. They knew they were supposed to serve the Sartan, and they knew that the Citadel was important, but that's about it. Titans aren't the smartest creatures. Somehow they found a Sartan relic. I think it was a crystal sculpture of some sort. Without purpose in their lives, they fixated on it. To them, I suppose it had religious significance, and to this day, they worship it.
Right.
Against all of our expectations, the Mensch actually encountered the Titans. Dwarves moved into the area surrounding the Titans' forest. They understandably wandered in. The Titans reacted by defending their relic, and they drove the dwarves off, dragging their wounded behind them. But dwarves are stubborn creatures, and they continue to live just outside of the forest. As long as they stay outside, the Titans leave them alone.
So now we know where the dwarves are.
The 2 races live in uneasy peace. The Titans notice nothing besides their artifact, and the dwarves leave it alone. Those dwarves are understandably nervous, living so close to their enemy, so they keep a stock of weapons handy. I don't think they've actually pulled them out for years, but having them available makes them feel more secure.
What exactly is the Titan's purpose? Why'd you make them?
The Citadel is a big place. It needed a lot of workers to keep it running smoothly. Instead of enslaving the Mensch or working the Citadel ourselves, we tailor-made a race to do it for us.
We also designed them to protect the Citadel, and ironically, the Mensch as well. Somehow, they've perverted this defensive behavior to focus on the crystal artifact to the exclusion of everything else. Of course, their unnatural interest in this piece of Sartan refuse should disappear when the Citadel is open. The unification will trigger the imprinted behavior that will summon the Titans into the Citadel. They should start it operating and they'll forget about everything in their previous lives.
What's the Titan's magic sense like?
The Titans had to be given the power to sense the position of objects, even though the objects might be out of sight. This was principally for the operation and repair of the Citadel after it started working. Because they were equipped with this sense, we decided not to give them eyes. They see better than you or I, and they track better than any scout, since they already know the location of something even when they're away from it.
How is the Citadel a city?
We intended the Citadel to house everyone, the humans, the elves, and the dwarves, all together. Naturally, this couldn't happen until they learned to live peacefully among each other. So its halls wait, empty and dead, for the unification.
You know, those empty, dead halls might actually be symbolic representations of the complete futility of the idea of racial integration. It might also mean might also be a symbolic representation of your writer's fucking abilities to know when to shut the fuck up!
How about we talk about something else?
Suit yourself.
Not the line I wanted.
Where is Priam's seal piece?
Ah, the seal piece.
Don't try it.
All right, don't get it.
How is the Citadel a power station?
Priam has a role in the whole. Following the interconnection, Priam was to supply power to the other realms. Its 4 suns produce more than enough energy for itself and the other worlds. The Citadel was supposed to control the flow of energy from the suns through the Death Gate into the other worlds.
How about we talk about something else?
Suit yourself.
Give me one good reason why I shouldn't blow you away.
If you so much as look at me wrong, my dragon will find out what you're made of and decorate the tree with it.
He smiles, leans against a non-existent branch, and falls on his face.
Where'd you get these transporter discs?
They're just something I picked up. Rather handy, don't you think? I had to plant the white one in the ground to keep the children from wandering off with it. I wouldn't want to appear in the middle of the campfire. Well, if I didn't have them, I'd have to rely on my pet dragon to take me everywhere, and getting him out of bed could blow a whole day. As far as I know, there's no other way back to the nearest tree.
I have had enough. Goodbye, Sartan.
Well, I can't say I'm sorry to see you go, Haplo. But take care. You have many trials ahead of you. The fate of the world rests on your shoulders.
Unthreatened, the dragon in turn regards you non-threateningly, though through restful, half-lidded eyes. His entire demeanor suggests that he has nothing to fear from the tiny patron visiting his home. His beautiful iridescent scales glisten with the dappled sunlight, and when he stretches, display rainbows everywhere. Oh, hey, cool. We're in another area. I think. The flowers are yellow, but that's about all you can say for their looks. They're simple brown stalks decorated by a few haggard-looking petals. Their only distinguishing feature is a mildly repulsive smell. So those are the stink flowers she needs. Good. From this vantage over the deep chasm, you can see the tree you started from. Woohoo! So now we use magic on the black disc. Spell. Transportation. Cast. The fragrance is subtle but unmistakable. One sniff is enough to lift your mood. Here, kid, have these.
Thank you very much. I still need the golden staff of rulership. She'll only regard me as an equal if I'm holding it. After I've gained her respect with it, I can woo her with these flowers and book of love poems that you gave to me. All I need is the staff, but that's probably the hardest thing to get.
Death Day, the story of getting teenagers laid. There really isn't anything else to do. I mean, I need to go to the Tree City, which is where I already am. Ugh. Oh, right, the stink flowers.
I've no time.
Probably need to keep those and use them for myself. Alright. I wonder what happens if I do cast something like Spell Identify. Spell Heat. On myself. Suddenly you break out in a sweat. You're lucky you didn't have the spell turned up to Charbroil. The branch you stand on overlooks a kind of pit, ringed with similar trees. Not even sunlight makes it down to the bottom. You have no idea how deep it is, but it extends all the way to the ground. You imagine that it could go on for miles. A running start launches you into the bottomless pit. After a few minutes of weightlessness, you see the dark ground rushing towards you. Briefly, you wonder what runs through someone's mind when they hit bottom. A very sharp stick. I'm dead. Beep. Hey, I'd like to take your flute, please.
I'm sorry, but I never lend out my flute.
Bitch, I will stab you with a rusty half of a shear. And then I'll hit you with a fire ember. Pew, pew. You cast the spell on yourself, but since you aren't a transportation disc, nothing happens. Boop boop ba doop wow. No, I get the distinct impression that nobody's motives are particularly benign in this game.
If it isn't my favorite patron in all of Priam, what can I do for you?
I have...
Thing is, I need more spells. You crush the yellow flowers in your hand. Somehow the action releases an incredibly foul odor, stronger than anything you've ever encountered. Which apparently gave me 5 points for doing nothing of value.
Hello, good... Sure,
Okay, he's got to know the Feather Fall or something or other spell.
Even though you look to be human, I don't know you, and I don't speak to people I don't know.
Well then how about somebody fucking introduces me to her, huh? I swear that is one of the most funked up-diest flutes. No, I don't want to do that. Why did I decide to get... Okay. Use magic on flute. Thank you. This is an unknown spell.
I never let this sword out of my possession. It represents my authority.
I could give you some marmalade. Yeah, I'm just gonna tie you up.
I don't really have any use for that.
Well, now we know this is the Citadel. Let's see. That is in fact a mammoth thing of mammothosity. And the Grove is a big place. I have not the slightest idea what to do right now. I mean, I've got stink stuff, which will deal with the bugs. I've got a clothesline, which has served very little purpose. I need a spell. That's the marker I used to get to Animus. That's the book. Excuse me, the book I used to get to Prion. Not the direction I really wanted to go. No appropriate place to tie a tree. Or tie a line. And I'm not attacking the Titans. I think that would kind of be bad. Yeah, you have to have her flute to deal with the Titans. I know that. Because that's the only thing that makes any sense. I'm going to take a quick break, guys. Somebody's calling me, and I need food. I didn't actually get any on the last snack break, so I'll be back in just a tick. We'll keep on going. We're not done yet. Not hardly. More like a Cheerios break. Having me some dry Cheerios because I don't has no milks. What I wouldn't give for some granola right now. He actually gave me the answer to this a little bit ago, and I'm a little depressed I missed it. I didn't even think about it.
You're welcome to take that disc. I can always get my dragon to ferry me back and forth, but unless I miss my guess, you don't have a pet dragon. Without the disc, you're going to have to find another way back to the other tree.
Oh, fuck you, old man. You wrap the clothesline around the branch and tie it in a knot. After pulling it a few times, you're satisfied that it's secure. You grab the clothesline and swing over the chasm to the clearing in the far tree. When you get there, you tuck the end into a crack. This is a clear, flat area nestled amidst the branches of this giant tree. You see another tree over a narrow but deep drop. Now let's throw the black disc into the maw. It's actually kind of a wicked little puzzle. And hello. Can I just have the staff, please? Towards the center of the web, you spy the silhouette of the staff embedded along with its dead owner inside a pod. One golden end protruding from the pod reflects the little light in the pit. You? It seems that someone else had made it to this root ledge, but finding himself here had nowhere to go and died. It appears he's been here for a long, long time. You shove the remains of the ancient traveler to one side. Underneath, you discover a patch of toadstools and a glowing arrow. I'll just take that. Thank you. Pew pew! You have nothing with which to shoot the magic arrow. So how about I just take it? You take the glowing arrow. Underneath, you see a patch of small toadstools. The creature is as big as a house. Venom drips from wicked fangs and compound eyes scan back and forth. It sits quietly, patiently, in the center of a massive web, surrounded by pods which contain previous visitors to the domain. The whole effect is rather unsettling. Papery hives are attached to many of the trees surrounding this pit. Nasty flying insects crawl in and out of them. Well, I see an easy way to get rid of him. Pew pew! With a grunt of effort, you heave the jar of marmalade at the spider. It strikes dead center and smashes open. The marmalade splashes all over its disgusting body. You can smell the sticky, sweet aroma from here. A few of the insects fly over to inspect the sweet spot on the spider. They hover over and generally annoy him. You gently place your foot on the web. The vibration travels to the center where the spider awaits. It springs up and starts to lumber towards you until you remove your foot. Then it stops and settles down again. Doesn't look like you're going to get into the pod while the spider is here. Buggery bug. As soon as you touch the hot ember to the massive hive on the tree, it bursts into flame. In surprise, you jerk your hand back and drop the shell containing the ember onto the web below. The air erupts with nasty, stinging bugs that had made the hive their home. Some of the insects make tentative passes at you, but you veer away when they get within the range of the foul odor wafting from the yellow petals you hold. Instead, they swarm around the sweet aroma of the marmalade-covered spider. The center of the web turns into a flurry of action. The stinging insects whirl about the spider as it thrashes in agony. Soon the one-sided battle dies down. The spider slumps onto the web in death, and the insects disperse. See ya. You scramble over the web until you get to the pod. There, you whip out the garden shear and start to saw away at the thick, sticky strands. After a few minutes, the golden staff, as well as its grisly ex-owner, are completely revealed. You grab the staff and make your way back to the relative safety of the ledge. You scramble over the web until you reach the pod. There, you whip out the garden shear and start to hack away at the thick, sticky strands. After a few minutes, you expose the desiccated figure within. The smell of the imperfectly preserved body almost makes you ill. After quickly searching the remains and coming up empty, you return to the ledge. I think I got what I came for, so. Let's get the fuck out of Dodge. Actually, I meant to say let's get the duck out of Fodge, but I said it right. Here you go, kid. You give the final item to the prince and offer a quick word of encouragement. He breathes deeply to bolster his courage and strides toward the princess, holding the staff out before him like a shield. The prince nervously sidles up to the princess. Her eyes open wide when she sees the object he holds, and she excitedly asks about it. He stammers an explanation, and she nods throughout, but it is obvious that he is losing her attention. He thrusts the bunch of blue flowers towards her. She gasps in astonishment, but smiles and accepts them. For the first time, you notice that she has a twinkle in her eye while looking at the prince. You sense that she is beginning to see the prince as something other than merely an elf or a prince, and more than a friend. She says nothing, however, and the silence begins to expand. The prince pulls out the book of poems and flips through it. He reads at random from a poem which speaks of man's love for his favorite steed. When he realizes the poem's subject matter, he immediately stops and moves on to another. Instead of being insulted, the princess giggles softly at the prince's boyish attempts to enchant her. Soon he has found a heart-rending poem that actually brings tears to the eyes of the princess. At the end of the reading, she throws her arms around the prince and kisses him. He drops the book and returns the kiss. After a few minutes, the smiling prince wanders back to you.
It worked! All of it! She has agreed to consider my courtship, and I owe it all to you, my friend, more than I can ever repay. But I will try. I know that you have a quest here, but I know not what it is. I will accompany and help you as I can, and perhaps I can give you some fraction of the happiness you have given me.
Boy, if only real relationships were even remotely that easy.
Greetings. My prince explained that you are a friend of his and that you helped bring us together. For that, I am indebted to you.
Wow, 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 wow.
My role in your romance was nothing, dear princess.
On the contrary, it means everything to me. I am not blind to what the consequences of our union could mean to our races as well. It could unite our peoples. This could usher in a new age of peace. You are largely responsible for that.
Yeah, I know. I'll regret it for the rest of my days. Well, that was a Janeway moment right there.
That's a nice flute you've got there.
Thank you. It was given to me by my warder. He's the one who trained me to hunt and track, but he also taught me to play this flute. He is one of the only people I know who still remembers how to play the old written music. There isn't much of it left, but he collected some of the ancient sheets and kept them safe. I was honored to learn the skill from him.
You know, I just suddenly have this image of, like, a heavy metal European classical band called Dragon Flute! Rawr!
The prince is a sweet guy, isn't he?
He's very sweet. A little naive, but all the more adorable because of it. I never really thought of elves that way, but he changed my mind.
He makes me a little bit dewy.
Would you mind doing me a favor?
A favor? Certainly. What is it?
Could you take a look at this book? It has some written music in it. I'd like to know if you could play it.
This is incredible. It's music from the ancients. What an amazing find. Would you like me to play it?
No, wait a while. I'll tell you when.
All right.
What do you think your father is going to say about your union?
I don't think he's ever considered the idea, but he has a lot of respect for the elves. After a little grumbling, I think he'll be happy for me.
Tell me a little about your people.
I thought you were human, but I guess you're not. Otherwise, my people would be your people. We're nomadic. We live all over Prion following the game we hunt. It might appear to the other races that we're rather loosely organized, but that's not true. My father leads us wisely with the Council of the People. We have thrived for generations.
Wait, so this is a race of tree-living aliens, nomadic people in a ship of scavengers, or a line of scavengers, and there's a citadel. It's like I'm reading some really rough version of Mass Effect all of a sudden.
Our lives are hard, though, and sometimes dangerous. The appeal of the elves' safe and stable society affects many of us. For some, it's too much to resist. They come to the elves as refugees and beg for whatever work is available. I think my people want to settle down. They follow my father out of loyalty, but they're ready to change the way they live. Even I wouldn't mind some stability.
Would you...
A favor?
Nothing.
All right.
Are you ill? It sounds like you've got a cough.
I do have a slight cough, but it's nothing. I caught a chill in a downpour a little while ago. I'll get over it eventually. Just now, it's not that bad.
She's gonna die!
Thanks, Princess. That's all I have to say.
Sure.
It's really obtuse and it's got way too much talking in it. I kinda need you to come with me.
Greet.
Would you...
A favor?
I was wondering if you'd accompany me somewhere. I need you to use your golden sword for a task.
Of course I'll help you. I can't imagine what task would require my golden sword. It's not much of a weapon, it's a symbol of leadership. But I'll be happy to accompany you.
Wow, okay. I have a party, a bunch of people who do some cool shit and maybe don't get killed before the end of the game. Da, 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 da. I don't know where I'm going with that, but it's fun. You cannot tell me that was not fun. It's fun for boys, fun for girls, fun for hermaphrodites, fun for asexual and aliens. I don't know, fun for David Bowie. Alright, now it's pointless to go to the Citadel right now because I only have 2 of the 3 instruments. The forest is unnaturally still. There are no sounds of birds or animals. There is no wind. A young dwarf girl is tied to a tree with vines here. She looks desperate. Oh no! It's a traps! You approach the struggling dwarf, but when you come within a few yards of her, the surrounding trees shake. Giants appear lumbering menacingly towards you. They look vaguely human, save for their lack of hair, their huge size, and their eyeless faces. Something other than sight must direct them, for they avoid all obstacles in their single-minded pursuit of you. You retreat rather in a rush, and the forms melt back into the trees. The dwarf slumps in despair. Yeah, well.
Greetings.
Would you mind doing me a favor?
A favor? Certainly. What is it?
Could you start playing the tune from that book I gave you?
Very well. Just tell me when to stop.
The princess lifts the flute to her lips. A haunting, hypnotic melody emerges. You slip next to the struggling dwarf and pull out the garden shear. The princess's melody appears to keep the giants at bay while you saw through the dwarf's bindings. The vines fall away just as the princess coughs and stops playing the flute. The forest erupts with towering brutes, all racing towards you with murder in their eyeless faces. You grab the dwarf's hand and sprint off to the south. The crowded forest falls away, and when your party finally has reached the clearance, you notice that the giants have stopped following you. The dwarf girl gasps for breath. Her legs were obviously made for negotiating much shorter distances. After she recovers, she looks up at you. Naturally, you expect the small creature to overwhelm you with gratitude, and you're probably wrong.
Why did you rescue me?
Why wouldn't we?
It just doesn't happen. We haven't even seen an elf for generations, and the humans we have seen have been content to keep as far from us as possible. It suits us fine. Humans and elves can keep their petty wars to themselves as far as we're concerned.
Because you were in trouble. Everyone should help out those in need.
Wow, you really helped me just because I needed help? That's so nice. I don't believe it.
It happens sometimes. She wipes away a tear sneaking down her sideburns.
It's a custom among my people to give a favor in return for one.
Swelling
especially
music.
one as significant as saving a life. All you have to do is ask.
That's fine, but could I talk with you a while before I ask for anything?
Of course. What do you want to talk about?
Hammers?
Can you tell me anything about that building to the south?
Sure. It's the great shining city. No one ever enters and no one ever leaves. The front doors are closed and nothing can open them. We've even tried tunneling in. We just bounced off the floor. It's made of something we've never encountered before.
Polonium!
How did you get captured?
I wandered into the forest of giants when I shouldn't have. I just wanted to see them. Everyone told me that they were actually bigger than humans. I didn't believe it until they jumped out of the trees and grabbed me. The giants don't bother anyone unless you go into their forest. They're pretty touchy about that. I'm just lucky they tied me up instead of stepping on me.
Or maybe raping me. Tee-hee. I hear they're into that sort of thing. I don't know where this is coming from, but I'm having a lot of fun letting it out.
Tell me what you know about these giants.
Many generations ago, my ancestors dug their tunnels here. When they emerged from the ground to have a look around, they encountered the giants. They weren't friendly, and definitely not especially happy to meet us. Mayhem broke out. The dwarves weren't used to war, but they were quick studies. They forged weapons and battled the giants for years.
Are you dwarves or gophers?
One day the giants suddenly stopped fighting. They drew back into the forest and remained there. As long as we stayed out, they left us alone. We keep the store of weapons in a vault, though, ready just in case the giants change their minds and attack. We also have an interesting legend about the giants.
Tell me the legend of these giants.
According to legend, the giants are the children of the Shining City. They lived inside it and were very happy, but they always wondered what lay outside of the city's walls. One day they snuck out. The city discovered them missing. It was furious that its children had left it, so as punishment it took away their eyes and closed its doors, leaving them outside. The Shining City became dark in its sorrow.
How very almost Asian.
The giants moved into the forest nearby. They hoped that one day the city would reopen its doors and let them in. The only memory of their time inside was a gem that one of them had brought with them. They cherished that memory and guarded it jealously. One day the city's heart grew lonely. It decided to forgive its errant children and invite them to return, so it began to shine again. If the giants had seen it, they would have rushed home. But the city had taken their eyes and they couldn't see the beckoning light. So they remain inside the forest, waiting for a call that came long ago. And the city waits for its children who will never return.
Should have sent a text message.
We dwarves believed that if only we could lead the giants back to the city, they would go in and leave the forest to us. We know that they are guarding the gem at the center of the forest. A few brave dwarves have entered the forest in hopes of stealing the gem and bringing it to the Shining City. The giants would follow the gem, and when they came upon the city, it would open its doors to them and they would go back home.
What do you know about the gem?
Supposedly, it's huge and crystal and has strange writings on it. Actually, it's not supposed to be all that valuable. Crystal's not worth much. You'd figure that something they guarded so fiercely would be worth more.
You're an ugly twat, but we saved you anyway. Same principle.
Has anyone ever been able to take the gem?
A long time ago, a dwarf named Lungput the Swift ventured into the forest. Somehow he made it to the center, into a clearing. And there, lying on the ground, he discovered the gem. He grabbed it and bolted for the city.
And then his limbs exploded.
Well, the giants followed him all right, but they caught him before he got anywhere near the city. He tried hiding behind trees and rocks anywhere out of sight, but the giants homed in on him as if he were a beacon. They took back their gem and squished poor Lungput. Since then, no one's ever come back out of the forest once they went in.
And from that day forward, Lungput was referred to the stuff that stuck to your shoes when you walked too close to the doggies.
How far did you make it inside? Did you actually see the gem?
No, I never got anywhere near it. I didn't even mean to go as far as I did. One step inside the forest was enough for these big bullies. They grabbed me and tied me up. Didn't even say a word.
Do they normally squash intruders?
That's what the elders say, and no one's ever said differently. I thought maybe they were exaggerating just to keep us out of the forest, but maybe not. At least they only tied me up.
I enjoy that sort of thing.
Are you sure you didn't get stepped on? You're pretty short.
One of these days, gravity is going to realize that people shouldn't have legs that long. Then you'll be sorry.
No, then I'll be dead.
Enough about these giants.
All right? What else do you want to know?
Do you know anything about a golden hammer?
A golden hammer? I'm not sure. Wait, I think there's a golden hammer in the weapons vault. A few years ago, there was a false alarm. We thought that the Titans were attacking, so the elders ordered that the vault be opened. Everyone took up weapons and headed towards the forest. At that point, we realized we had been tricked. Some child got his rear tanned, and everyone went to replace their weapons. I was one of the first in the vault, and I noticed a golden hammer shoved way in the back. No one had taken it. I looked at it to find out why. The weight was all wrong, and I determined that it was actually forged of gold. Can you believe it? A soft metal like gold? One strong blow and the thing would flatten. I don't understand why anyone ever made such a useless weapon.
I don't understand why people make useless anythings, but we still have dubstep.
Do you think you could get it for me? That could be my favor.
I don't think so. The only time the vault is open is in response to an attack by the giants. They never make exceptions. In fact, ever since the false alarm, they are more careful than ever to verify that the attack is genuine. They don't want dwarves harming themselves or others, either by accident or deliberately, by using these weapons. Some of them are very dangerous.
See, dwarves invented the double-barrel shotgun.
Is there any other way into the vault?
Absolutely not. Dwarves are masters at tunneling. We made the vault impossible to tunnel into by lining it with fire-hardened metals. There's no way in, unless it is opened.
Well, yes.
Maybe the hammer wasn't meant to be used as a weapon.
Why would someone forge a hammer unless it was meant to be used? That doesn't make any sense.
Just a second, somebody... Come on, hello? I will deal with that later.
Could you go ask the elders if they'd make an exception? No one seems to want the hammer anyway.
I could ask, but I already know the answer. Nothing is going to open that vault except an attack from the giants, and I really hope that doesn't happen in my lifetime. I'll go, though. Wait here. I'll be back soon.
The dwarf girl grabs the branch sticking out of the dead tree trunk and pulls it in an intricate motion, which you take the time to memorize. In response, a hidden door pops out. She ducks inside and scuttles downward into a tunnel. It's a really good thing that Haplo Duplo Blockplo knows how to memorize shit like instantaneously. Copying the movement of the young dwarf, you pull at the twisted branch sticking out of the stump. A door pops open. Inside, you see a narrow tunnel that leads straight down. You climb inside the narrow stump, but quickly realize that the dwarven tunnel is far too narrow for your girth. Indeed, it is probably too narrow for any race save the dwarves themselves. You clamber out of the trunk and brush yourself off. From the open door in the trunk steps the dwarf girl, a little out of breath and dirtier for the trip.
It's just as I thought. The elders agree that I should fulfill my obligation, but they cannot open the vault unless we are at war. Have you thought of anything else you want?
Do the elders have any ideas?
No, they're still getting over the idea that I owe a favor to a human.
Could you take me to talk to them? Maybe I could convince the elders.
You don't know the elders. We tend to be a fairly stubborn people, and the elders are about as stubborn as they come. Besides, I don't think you would be able to fit inside the tunnel. Being little comes in handy sometimes.
I don't know about anything else. Perhaps we should talk a bit more.
Fine with me.
Where do you live?
Why, right here. Well, under here anyhow. We dwarves prefer to live underground. We have a network of tunnels that run for miles in all directions.
We really enjoy the taste of dirt.
Let me introduce you to my companions.
The small dwarf greets your companions. The prince bows graciously. The dwarf looks a little reserved, perhaps wondering if he's making fun of her height. She says a few words, and the prince appears a little taken aback by the dwarf's gruff and direct comments. But they speak a little more, and soon both are laughing and enjoying each other's company. The dwarf girl turns to the princess, and after the initial pleasantries, the princess lapses into a coughing fit. 1 second, come on.
That's a nasty cough you've got there, princess. But I know a surefire remedy. It only requires 4 ingredients, and I've got one of them with me. Let's see. You'll need some dead man's friend, the meat from a zuzu nut, the roots of the plinth plant, and the dried herbs that I carry.
What the heck is Dead Man's Friend?
It's a fungus, a toadstool that tends to grow under carrion, dead bodies. That's why it's known as Dead Man's Friend.
Well, I got that.
Can you tell me about the zuzu nut?
The nut is named after the zuzu, a shy animal that survives on a diet of just the meat of the nut. It's considered a delicacy, and it's very hard to come by. The nut's shell is incredibly thick. It's almost impossible to open. The zuzu has to be very strong just to crack them. I think you'll find a grove of the nuts off to the west. Good luck in getting at the meat.
Where am I going to find a plinth plant?
They're not rare. You should be able to find them anywhere. The plinth have pink flowers. If you see those, just pull up the whole plant. You should get the roots along with everything else.
Can I have those herbs?
Sure. I've got them here somewhere.
She paws through her dusty garments and emerges holding a handful of dried herbs. Smiling, she hands them over to you.
What are you supposed to do with all of these things?
Just feed them to her. It all ends up in the same place. After she's eaten them all, she should have shaken off that nasty cough.
You think that this favor would make us even?
You think a simple cough remedy is worth my life? I owe you far more than that. You keep thinking about what you need. This is just being friendly.
Don't you know I'm gonna do a lot for ya?
Can we talk about some other things?
Sure.
Could we go back to the subject of the golden hammer again?
What do you need to know about it?
Let's talk about something else.
Sure.
Could we go back to the subject of the golden hammer again?
What do you need to know about?
This is getting us nowhere.
Nothing's going to change. But if it will make you happy, I'll go back in and rack my brains. I'll try everything, and I won't come back out until I've got it. Don't get your hopes up.
Very well. If you do somehow get the hammer, meet me at the Shining City. I need you to do something with it there.
The dwarf girl slips back into the hollow stump and closes the door behind her. Still don't know what the point of this arrow is. That's the thing! You guys came in late! This whole game has had more talking than Mission Critical did, than that whole back-ass half of Mission Critical, the 45-minute conversation. The princess accepts the toadstools and gobbles them down. The princess accepts the herbs and gobbles them down. The princess accepts the pink plant and gobbles it down. She takes the nut, strains to open it, but fails. With a frustrated look, she hands it back to you. Until you find a way to get at the meat inside, the nut is useless. See, now I need... You stuff the nut full of the foul-smelling flowers. You toss the nut up to the animal perched on the branch. A lightning-quick claw snatches the nut from the air. The animal tucks it close to his furry body, inserts 2 pointy talons into the hole in the shell, and exerts pressure. With a crack, the nut breaks open. The yellow petals stuffed inside the nut fly everywhere. One whiff makes the animal's nose wrinkle up. Evidently, this isn't how its favorite food is supposed to smell. It hurls the nut back at you. When it lands, the meat of the nut falls right out at your feet. The princess accepts the nut meat and gobbles it down. After she finishes her snack, she looks up in surprise. She breathes deeply, but her lungs are clear. Her cough has disappeared.
Greetings. Greetings, my friend.
Would you mind doing me a favor?
A favor? Certainly. What is it?
Nothing right now. Maybe later.
All right.
Thanks, Princess. That's all.
Sure.
You're weird. I like you, but you're fucking weird.
Greetings, my friend.
Would you...
A favor?
Could you...
Very well.
Okay, we made it through the forest. Huzzah! Doodly-doo. Doodly-doo. Titans have gathered around one tree here. High in its branches, you see something made of crystal, clearly the focus of the Titans' attention. The crystal fragment is out of reach, nestled high in the branches of the dead tree. Alright. Although the tree is dead, it still has a few branches on it. Nestled in one of the higher ones, you see a crystal object. The few branches make it possible to climb up to it, but they look rather fragile. You doubt that they could support your weight. Hey you, light guy. You climb.
Yes, my friend? What can I do for you?
Huh. You're kind of scrawny for your age, aren't you?
I'm not scrawny. Elves are just naturally thinner than humans, and I'm still kind of young. When I'm full grown, I'll be taller than you.
And I'm drinking my milk.
Could you climb the tree and get that crystal?
All right, I'll be back in a moment.
Bing, 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 bing. The prince tiptoes around the unnaturally still giants, vaults up the tree, and grabs the crystal fragment. He climbs part of the way down, looks around nervously at the Titans, and drops heavily to the ground. He runs up and delivers the crystal to you, sweating and puffing. Well. Exiting the forest, you notice a deep rumbling behind you. You realize that the Titans further in are probably out of range of the flute's melody. They've fallen out of thrall and notice that their precious relic has been stolen and started to rampage directly toward it, and not coincidentally, you.
They're coming and they'll be here before you know it. The flute's no good anymore. When they find us with the relic, they'll tear us apart.
The relic! That's what they're really after! We've got to get rid of it!
You toss the crystal fragment into the hollow stump. You hear it bump against the sides as it falls deep into the dwarven caves below. The Titans come crashing through the forest, no longer concerned about what they crush in their path. They actually totally ignore you and your companions and focus on the stump in the middle of the clearing. After a couple of attempts, they slowly begin to realize that not even the smallest of their numbers is ever going to fit inside the dwarven tunnel. Although this fact might have stopped someone slightly smarter, the Titans aren't even slowed. With bare hands, they begin to excavate their own tunnel. Dwarf curses and battle cries float up from the hole. 10 points.
I was standing there in the tunnels arguing with an elder about opening up the vault when the crystal gem dropped from above, right on the elder's head. Before I could even laugh, I heard the pounding of the giants trying to get inside the tunnel. The elder went crazy. He sounded the alarm and opened the vault right then and there.
And like a coward, I ran over here.
I grabbed both the crystal gem and the golden hammer and took a back tunnel here. I guessed that I could get rid of my obligation to you and lead the giants back to their home. Here's the hammer you wanted. I'm glad to have been able to repay you. Now all we have to do is wait for the giants to come home. They'll arrive, the doors will open, and everyone will be happy. I hope.
As hard as she tries, she can't conceal her fear at the pounding footsteps that get closer with every passing moment. You direct the three youngsters to put their respective symbols into the recesses on the citadel door. None of them grasps your meaning entirely, but you assure them that all will be made clear shortly. When the last symbol is slid into paste, the doors swing inward, revealing a gleaming city, an ancient city of the Sartan. The Titans arrive, legs pumping, but when they come upon the gaping doors of the Citadel, they lose all interest in the crystal fragment. Instead, they file into the city and take positions in front of massive machines, as if they knew what they were doing.
There's room enough for all of the races here. If we could live together, we could do it better than ever.
It seems that they do. A few minutes of tinkering and button pressing pass before the city comes to life. Lights flare and the entire Citadel begins to hum pleasantly. The Mensch wander in, their eyes wide with wonder. Thinking about your quest, you regain the crystal fragment from the distracted dwarf. The Mensch go on, but something else has distracted your attention. An archway, only a few dozen feet inside the Citadel, is decorated by the fire seal piece. A flare just inside the Citadel's gate catches your eye. You see Zifnab coughing and ineffectually brushing soot from his robe. He looks up at you, sees you well, and smiles.
Haplo, my boy! I knew you could do it! They put their symbols into the face of a mysterious building without even knowing why. Quite an achievement if you ask me. That shows leadership qualities. You've inspired loyalty in these children. They trust you.
Guess the three children who have known each other for all of 10 minutes. Future generations.
Your heart good to see them together, doesn't it? Too bad it's only for a little while, It's a good thing they don't know that you're just scouting for your lord. That soon he will destroy these children's lives for his dreams of conquest. That would just ruin their day. Better keep this between you and me if you know what I mean. Don't worry, Haplo. I won't interfere in your mission. In fact, I have a present for you. I tried to take up a collection around the office, but no one there seems to like you very much. I wasn't going to say anything, but they all think you're on the side of evil. That doesn't make you very popular. Most of their ideas of a going-away present took the form of a punch in the mouth.
I like your office. I'd like to punch Haplo too.
He's not a mindless puppet, I said. He has very good reasons for wanting to destroy everything. I'm sure he's thought this whole thing through. They seemed a little doubtful, but I know my old buddy Haplo. You'll come through in the end.
Excuse me.
Anyway, since no one chipped in, I got you this. It's a genuine 100% natural, roughly spherical, all-purpose evil combating device. Really? I know you're thinking, Zifnab, how can this obviously rare and well-crafted document holder also combat evil? Well, fear not. This particular paperweight is magic. That's right. As the stone approaches true evil, it will glow. Soon, you will encounter an evil greater than any you've ever known, even in the labyrinth. And it has magic. Horrible, powerful, destructive. Much different than the magic that we command. The rock will react to this magic. The closer you get, the brighter it will glow. When you are in its very presence, crush the rock. You'll know the right time.
Can you smell?
What will happen when I crush it?
I don't know, but I'm sure that it will be impressive. And just in case it doesn't work, use the backup plan. Hurl that sucker. I find that a nice solid puck upside the head always slows evil down.
You're
now
weird.
You're thinking, how can he afford to give this away? Well, that's very astute of you, Haplo. I can't afford it. Of course, I'm taking a loss on this transaction, but when your friends start asking you, where'd you get that great evil combater? You tell them you got it from old Zifnab, and soon they're telling their friends, and they're telling their friends. Eventually, everyone has a Zifnab special. Take Priam's seal piece, Haplo. Go back to your lord, but remember what you've seen here. Remember these people. Consider carefully exactly what you are doing and why.
He turns and exits the Citadel. By the time you reach the doorway to follow, he's disappeared. When you look closely, you notice that the crystal object is a fragment, a piece of something larger. It is roughly octagonal and has the naming rune for the world of stone carved into it. You would guess that this is a fragment of a copy of the entire world seal carved from crystal. So that gives us the seal to the third place! Yay! Well, nothing more to be done here. Time to go home. Though something does make me wonder. What happens if I just never take the seal pieces home? I engraved these. Whoa, whooshy-doo. You transfer the crystal fragment onto the steering stone. 10 points. You take the dragon ship back to the Death Gate and return to the Nexus. Look at that high-quality 3D imaging! 1994 feels like so long ago. Almost 20 years. Oh, okay, so I have to report to Czar. Gotcha. So much for that. And I was like, multiple endings! Oh, that's right, that's the... Just looking at the gate gives you chills. The labyrinth beyond calls to you, inviting you back to its cold embrace. All it wants is one more shot at taking your life. You remember Czar opening the gate and returning to help others escape the clutches of the labyrinth. You were one of the patrons who he helped, but you can't bring yourself to open the gate. You don't want to give the labyrinth another chance to take your life. You hand over the fire seal piece and quickly recount your adventures on Piran. Czar listens carefully to your description of Zifnab and the Titans, obviously troubled by both accounts. Ladies and gentlemen, Liam Neeson! Evil Liam Neeson. We're all fucked.
Excellent, my son. You exceed even my best expectations.
I mean,
not
looks like
only
Liam
did you
Neeson.
recover Priam's seal piece, but you have discovered a living Sartan. I doubt that he is alone, as he claims, and the addition of these Titans to his forces means that he is someone to be reckoned with. I will have to adjust my plans to compensate. We might have to destroy this citadel to be sure of the giant's destruction. It is a shame you couldn't bring Zifnab back with you for further questioning.
You know what would be awesome, now that I've just thought about it? A movie where Liam Neeson is the good guy and the bad guy. What would happen if evil Neeson and good Neeson went at each other? They're both so full of awesome and, you know, dick-kicking that it would be like the epic fight that would destroy existence. You know, neither one can win.
You have the crystal fragment of the world's seal. Use that to place the naming rune of Abarak upon your steering stone, and then leave as soon as you can. Events are occurring at a fast pace. If even one Sartan knows you exist, we must assume they all do. But we need information. I must know what the other realms are like, where the Sartan's forces are, and what they number. And I need those seal pieces. Good luck, my son.
Son? Abarak Mishak Abednego. Abarak Mishak Abednego.
What about Zifnab's dragon? Do you consider him a threat?
If I believed in him, I would. Don't take this personally, my son, but dragons are fairy tales, legends, nothing more. This Zifnab played on your gullibility. I've read that the Sartan used to command the art of illusion. He must have created...
I didn't mean to cut that line off, sorry.
If you destroy the Citadel, won't that kill the mensch that have moved inside?
Are you questioning my tactics? Don't you understand that the threat represented by the Titans far outweighs the importance of the lives of a few mensch? Don't get personally involved with them, Haplo. This is war. There are always sacrifices.
You know, that's something funny I realized while I was sitting back, while I was getting started this morning, Car. Do you realize that in all of Legends Advanced Adventure games, the not text input ones, they made 2 original properties, and one of them is really bad?
Zifnab seemed mad, but he genuinely cared about the mensch there. He had a plan to make their lives better.
Who knows how far gone that Sartan was? Living in solitude with those Mensch would have driven anyone insane. No wonder he was obsessed with them. Hopefully, when the world is reformed and we destroy the Citadel, he'll disappear along with it.
They were good at it. Their licensed stuff is... well, it's a lot better than Mission Critical ever was.
That's enough for right now. I'd like to talk to you later if you don't mind.
Very well. I'll be here.
And I'll admit, their Wheel of Time game really isn't awful. It's not great, but it's not awful either. You call on the power of the Steering Stone to take you through the Death Gate into Abarak, the world of stone. Yes, let's skip that. Your ship flies from the Death Gate into a river of lava. Walls of dark rock enclose you in a giant cavern so large that it actually houses a city carved from the stone. You dock the ship a small distance away. It's a good thing my wooden ship is fireproof. Yep. Alright, so let's get out. Your ship floats in a river of lava alongside a stone embankment. In the distance, you see the city. In the distance, you see a city. It's hard to make out more than a blur of furrowed rows in the soil. You'll have to get closer to see it better. Here, a hulking figure shuffles from a dried-up pond to a field, long dead. Behind him, a cave opens into the cavern wall. Beyond the lava river, you see a city in the distance. Is it just me, or does this have a very I have no mouth and I must scream kind of feel to it? Much more so than the previous segments. That's very I have no mouth kind of animation. You're surrounded by the stone buildings of the deserted town, including a clock tower to the east and an elegant residence to the north. You stand in the foyer of a small house. Stairs lead to another level, and double doors are set into the east wall. This man doesn't look at all well. Ancient tattered robes hang over his emaciated frame. His eyes are yellow and many of his teeth have fallen out. He stands stiffly, though almost with an air of dignity, if that's possible for a corpse. A silver key hangs from a chain about his waist.
How may I be of assistance, sir?
Jesus Christ, I'm in Zombieland! Car, get the shotguns. We're taking this level by force!
Who are you?
My name is Aramas. I serve Balthazar, the master of the house. His work is very important and cannot be disturbed, so he retains me and a few other servants to handle the domestic work.
Who else does Balthazar retain to serve him?
In addition to myself, Balthazar employs a nanny who cares for the master's young children, and a housekeeper who does the cooking as well.
There's a housekeeper? Isn't it kind of dirty around here? I'd say this housekeeper is slacking off.
The house is a little dusty, but I'm sure she'll get on the job soon.
That is if she's not already dead.
Who is Balthazar?
Balthazar is the personal necromancer to the king of Khan Telest. He's one of the most celebrated sorcerers in the city.
What important work is he doing?
He does what all necromancers do. He resurrects and sustains the dead so that they can serve the living. But he also spends much of his time researching new magic arts. It's not a very popular activity among other necromancers. In fact, it used to be a crime. But as my master was mentor to most of the others, and because he is a man of power and influence, his research isn't questioned. Not that Balthazar would care in any case.
What magic arts is he researching?
What do I look like? A necromancer? I'm just his personal servant. I don't pry into his work. It could be hazardous to my health.
It looks like it already has.
Actually, you look like a corpse. I doubt your health could deteriorate much more.
There's no need to be rude.
Why can't he be disturbed?
An interruption at the wrong time could have disastrous results. His old butler interrupted him once. My first job was to scrape his entrails off the walls.
Is that why that door is locked?
Yes. He takes his breaks at certain times, and only then is it safe to enter. Soon it will be time for his tea. I'm waiting for the housekeeper to bring it.
Enough about your employer.
As you wish.
What's behind that door?
That's my master's study, wherein he works his magic and researches the mystic arts. It is off limits to everyone, including his children, especially his children. The volatile nature of his work makes even the briefest visit potentially fatal.
Why do you have a key chained around your waist?
This is the key to the study door. My master requires his privacy. I only open the door to give him his meals and when he breaks for tea. Right now, I am waiting for the housekeeper to give me the tea tray. The master will be expecting it soon.
Why do I have this sneaking suspicion one of Balthazar's experiments went completely apeshit wrong?
Do you think you could open the door for me? The master is expecting my visit.
The master isn't expecting anyone today. And even if he was, he would leave his study to speak with you. He doesn't allow anyone inside, except myself.
Could you go in and give him a message for me?
I can only enter at predetermined times when it's safe to do so. I cannot enter simply to give a message to him.
It does kind of halfway sound like the guy from Callahan's.
When exactly do you expect the housekeeper to bring you the tea?
Oh, she should be along any time now.
Why don't you let me carry that key? It looks a little heavy for you.
It's strange. Lately this key has seemed heavier than ever. But it is my duty to hold it for my master. I shall never let it out of my possession while I live.
Is there...
There is a window, but it's very high off the ground. Too dangerous to enter or exit. The master made the study as inaccessible as possible. He doesn't want to be disturbed.
But you're dead, so give me the key.
I'm not dead, just a little confused. I did have a bad fight with the plague some time ago, but I pulled through. I'm here, aren't I? Though since then everything has seemed somewhat fuzzy.
Perhaps we should talk about something else.
As you wish.
Why are you standing around? Aren't you dead?
Dead? Dead tired, maybe. I don't get enough of rest. Lately, even the act of standing upright has become difficult. I'd need a vacation.
Where is everyone?
Where is who? Whom did you expect to find? I believe you'll find the children upstairs with the nanny, and the master hard at work in his study.
This whole segment has taken on a really creepy air. Maybe it's just me.
Could you accompany me?
Regrettably, I cannot. I have to serve my previous charge. I must stay here as long as my master desires.
I don't really want a zombie anyway.
What is this place?
Well, this is the city of Telestia, one of the oldest and grandest cities in Abarak, aside from the city.
I have no idea why I just muted there.
And we're very proud of our accomplishments. Telestia was built
weird.
by the dwarves for the other mensch races when they were all still alive. The dwarves themselves lived in caves not too far from here. Some of the dwarves' artistry remains throughout the city. For example, the iron statue in the clock tower is ancient. It is the exact likeness of Clytus the first in the line of dynasts who have ruled over Abarak. The detail is excellent. Even the royal scepter, still carried by Clytus XIV, is a perfect replica of the original. They say that the statue was made by Clytus the First's personal dwarf slave after the dwarf went mad. The madness obviously didn't affect his artistic talent, though.
What happened to the other races?
The weaker races died off shortly after they were transplanted to this world. They didn't have strong enough magic to survive the harsh environment of Abarak.
Where exactly did the dwarves live?
I believe they once lived in caves just outside of the city. I can't be certain, however, that it isn't simply legend. The region hasn't been explored for a long time.
Where is Karn Nekros?
It's at the core of the world. I've never been there. In fact, no one in this Karn has. We've never traveled outside of the city. We've never had to.
Karn Nekros, the home of the dead. Also, I'd like to backhand somebody for mixing Celtic and, I believe, Latin?
Does the Dynast rule this city?
Not really. We've never even seen him. Our king has ruled Telestia for ages. The Dynast only rules here on paper.
Is this scepter anything special?
Of course. It is the scepter of rulership. It gives incredible magic power to he who wields it. The original Dynast, Clytus I, created the scepter, and his line has used it to secure their leadership ever since. No one would dare oppose a Dynast who has control of the scepter.
It gives you a plus 50 to intelligence.
Why
and
did
increases
Clytus
mana
the
regen.
slave go mad?
The dwarf was the first experiment in necromancy. Some say that the art wasn't perfected when Clytus I brought his slave back to life, and that insanity was the result. Afterward, Clytus banished the slave back to the ancestral dwarven lair to sit in solitude forever. This didn't affect the dwarf's devotion to his lord, however. When a body is resurrected, it learns very little, and it usually reverts to doing whatever it did during life. The dwarf continued to worship Clytus I. He even carved the statue in the clock tower to honor him. Few believe that Clytus was deserving of such an honor, but even fewer will admit that in public. Clytus XIV reveres his ancestor, and no one speaks ill of either of them without fear of being turned to dust.
Okay, I'll slap the authors. I can do that. I got working hands. Yeah, I'm told it basically skims through the novels. And every time I look at this, I read Klitus as Cletus. So I'm like, y'all, I'm the necromantic king of this here cairn. Y'all better recognize my leadership and authority.
Enough about this place.
As you wish.
You're as interesting as a corpse. This conversation is over.
As you wish.
I'm substantially creeped out about this whole arrangement. Kinda sucks that the kid took my lockpicks, too.
The smallest people made their home in caves and caverns all their own. They'll only come outside to play when all the arrows point the way. Which way, you ask? Where are they found? Just out of sight under the ground. Don't look too close, they'll run away, unless the arrows point the way.
An old woman rocks back and forth, reading aloud from a book she holds. She recites a nursery rhyme in a scratchy, hollow voice, then, when she reaches the end, goes back to the beginning and starts over. Her skin has the waxy sheen of the dead, but aside from that, she looks remarkably well preserved.
Just out of sight under the ground. Don't look too close, they'll run away.
The dead nanny ignores you, her decayed brain totally engrossed in the task of reading aloud from the children's book.
The smallest people made their home in caves and
There's no one here to listen to you anymore. Stop reading.
The tirade actually draws a response from the dead nanny, but her reaction is only to read louder in an effort to drown you down.
Give me that book. Maybe if you didn't have your nose in it, you'd notice that I'm trying to speak to you.
The dead nanny ignores you and continues to read, so you decide to remove the book yourself. You slide the book out of the dead nanny's wrinkled hands. She doesn't resist, but no sooner is the book gone than she stops speaking, her eyes go blank, and she sits motionless. The nanny stares at the ground, motionless, purposeless.
Who are you?
I'm the nanny of this family. I take care of the children while the master does his research. In fact, I should be reading to the children right now as they go to sleep. Have you seen my book?
Why do you read the same rhyme over and over?
I read until the children have gone to sleep. I must read now. Where is my book? I can't find my book.
It's actually kind of heartbreaking.
Who do you read to?
To the children. Aren't they precious? I've taken care of children most of my life. I love to read to them. I should be reading to them now.
Would you accompany me? I know where your book is.
You know where my book is? Please take me to it. I must read to the children. They can't go to sleep without their rhymes. They need me, you see.
And now I am accompanied by a dead woman. The empty stone crib is covered by a thick blanket of dust. It's a small stone table, almost miniature. Very likely it was intended for the children who once played there. And the tiny tea set is a toy that belonged to the previous occupants of the nursery. You hand the tea set to the dead butler. He accepts it gravely and looks over at the double doors. Then he just waits.
How may I be of assistance, sir?
Now that you have the tea, what are you waiting for? Open the door and give it to your master.
Yes, I do have the tea, but I must wait until the appointed time until I open the door. Otherwise, I might interrupt a vital experiment. That would be disastrous for Balthazar's research, and perhaps for myself as well.
What time is tea served?
The 4th hour. I'll recognize it when the tower clock strikes 4 bells. He expects his tea at the same time every day.
You're as
The base of the tower is unadorned. A ladder leads up, but it is broken. A rope hangs down within reach. A metal hook is tied to the rope hanging down from the clock mechanism far above. The dead nanny isn't going up there unless she wants to go. The ladder's condition is contagious. Anyone climbing it is liable to break something. Chances are it would be your neck. A ladder attached to the tower wall leads up to the clock's mechanism, but the ladder is broken. Some rungs are missing, some merely split. Actually, the ladder is no longer usable. You grab onto the hanging rope and haul yourself up. The nanny grabs onto the rope and tries to climb up, but falls down. She regains her feet, but just stands silently. You stand on the small platform behind the clock's mechanism. The back of the clock face takes up the west wall. The drum is the clock's power source. A rope wound around the drum and weighted would slowly unwind. As it did, the drum would turn the clock's gears and keep time. The rope currently hangs all the way down to the floor. With both hands, you turn the crank and wind the rope around the drum until you see the hook. The drum locks when the rope has been drawn entirely up. 2 metal doors are set into the walls of the tower clock along the track. Presumably they open when the statue wheels along it or on the stroke of the hour. A circular metal track runs through 2 doors on either side of the clock's face, both inside and outside the door. The rope is already wound around the drum. Since the escapement doesn't allow the drum to turn in the other direction, the crank is locked. The escapement is part of the clock's mechanism. When a weight pulls and unwinds the rope around the drum, this escapement allows it to drop down in slow increments. This causes the gears to turn slowly, moving the clock's hand at a steady pace to ensure an accurate time. Currently, there isn't sufficient weight on the rope, so the clock isn't moving. As you pull the lever, the drum starts spinning uncontrollably. The rope gradually unwinds until it almost reaches the ground. So we can't do anything here. We don't have any weights. The dead nanny shuffles over to you. God, you look like Benny from I Have No Mouth.
Greetings. Who are you?
Who? Named Jethro.
What is this place?
What? Place? Home. What are you doing? Doing? Water. Plants.
Would you accompany me?
The corpse shuffles over beside you and looks at you expectantly.
That's a nice bucket. Would you give it to me?
The corpse looks at the bucket for a moment and then silently hands it to you. This shallow cave ends in an unnatural wall covered by carved dwarven symbols. A coiled snake studies you. Without any direction, the confused dead worker wanders off.
The smallest people made their home in caves and caverns all their own. They'll only come outside to play when all the arrows point the way. Which way?
You take the rocks.
Just out of sight.
You fill the bucket with heavy rocks.
Don't look too close, they'll run away unless the arrows point the way. The smallest people made their home in caves and caverns all their own. They'll only come outside to play.
Well, that should give me the counterweight. That'll allow me to, the escape. Okay, that didn't work right. Wow. Hello. The statue clearly represents a Sartan, perhaps royalty given the crown and scepter he holds. The entire figure is made of wrought iron, save for the headpiece of the scepter, which is carved from a glossy black stone. The headpiece of the scepter is held firmly by iron tongs. You can't budge it by hand. And I can't take the scepter. And I don't think I have anything that will just break it away. So. Time passes. Time continues to pass. Time passes. The doors to the other side of the clock face open and the iron statue grinds alongside the metal track. The doors slam closed behind it. Two, three. Okay, pull the release lever. That's the 4 o'clock. Go into the house. So Balthazar's not there, huh? That's ungood.
If you'll excuse me a moment, sir. I must serve the tea and leave immediately. I'll talk with you afterward.
The furniture is either carved from rock or made from petrified weeds of some sort. Actually, the end result is rather attractive. Something's happened in here. This disc is the focus of the room, perhaps the place that most of the work was accomplished. The desk doesn't have any papers to look through, so you sift through some of the papers on top, but there's nothing of interest in them. So what do we got here? Got another book. It's been a while. I guess it's time for more reading. Apparently I did something. I record these notes in no particular order with no particular format. Should this text be read by others than myself, I can but apologize in advance. My name is Balthazar, and I am the king's personal necromancer. My duties include raising and maintaining the royal servants, though my deeper interests lie in the pursuit of other lost magical arts. The following notes comprise the result of a lifetime of research into these arts, as well as my personal musings on these and other matters. I've never considered the practice of necromancy to be on strong moral ground. We have established that in order to survive in this harsh world, the dead are required to serve the living. Their labor supports our existence. But do we truly know what we're doing? What are we bringing back exactly? And how do our tamperings affect the rest of the wave? The dead never appear especially happy, merely confused. In their own unfathomable minds, they exist at a time previous to their deaths. They perform the duties which they performed in life. In fact, it's almost impossible to teach the dead anything new. Their capacity to focus on unfamiliar tasks is minimal. A corpse can be given new orders, but in due course, depending on the nature of the particular specimen, it will inevitably revert to modes of behavior demonstrated in life. There is no harm done when the tasks that the specimen performed in life have some application after death, but sometimes these tasks have little or no worth in our world, and yet the corpse, living mentally in its former reality, cannot be persuaded to abandon its behavior. Occasionally, the behavior can be modified to one of useful purpose, but more often all we can do is ignore the corpse, which strikes me as a regrettable waste of manpower. Nevertheless, even the densest corpses can be used for menial tasks, and this becomes their primary value. Corpses can be made to perform functions which the living cannot or would not perform. I can't recall a time when battles were waged by living soldiers. Why trouble ourselves when we have available so many who have already fallen? Their insensitivity to pain allows them to sustain blows that would cripple a living soldier. The dead don't stop until they can no longer move. In addition to war, corpses can be induced to undertake all potentially harmful tasks, such as fending off attacks from would-be predators. Claws and poison stings are fearful only to those who are aware of the consequences. Personally, I fear that we should be focusing our magic on keeping ourselves alive rather than on resurrecting ourselves from death. With the plague more rampant than ever, we are fighting a losing battle. Even now, the dead outnumber the living. Whenever I begin to research a new spell, I always start by attempting to build runes onto established spells. Sometimes an entirely new spell can be discovered by adding a single rune onto a totally unrelated spell. This was the case with Possession, the art of casting one's soul into a lower life form. I started by taking some basic runes and building onto them. Many of the standard spell bases turned out to be dead ends. I forged through some of my ancient texts without much success, but I did discover an obscure warding spell of awesome power. One wouldn't think that a warding spell could be manipulated into a possession spell, but forceful spells are sometimes born from the most unlikely sources. The warding spell has a long history. I don't know if it has ever been used in Abarak. It can only be cast by a group of very powerful Sartan. The spell creates a huge field that repels any foreign magic. I remain uncertain as to its original purpose. The diagram of its room structure follows. Doodly-dee-doo! Using this as a base, I experimented by adding variations of runes onto the end. The process was long and tedious, but as it happened, only one rune was needed to fashion a newly altered spell. The proto diagram of the new spell follows. The result was the Possession spell. Testing it proved somewhat difficult. There are certain limitations inherent in the magic. In 1. One can only cast one's soul into a lower life form, such as the pukas we use as beasts of burden. 2. One must have physical contact with the target. The soul transfers through touch, so the spell cannot be cast over distance. 3. While one is inhabiting the possessed body, the original body is rendered immobile and helpless. I have some theories regarding the dynamics of the spell. If the original body is for some reason destroyed, the soul should be capable of continued existence in the new body. Eventually, however, that soul will forget its previous existence and come to think and behave in accordance with the inclinations of the possessed body. But even then, the original soul should prove retrievable by the application of certain spells. It might even be possible to reconstruct the original body by using the host body while the soul still exists. Unfortunately, my research has not revealed the spells required to accomplish this, the knowledge of which would have been great comfort during the test phase of possession. The extent of our lost knowledge is shameful. Surely our ancestors had access to these and innumerable other magic. I just ended the book. Spells, and I am merely passing over well-trodden ground. If only my own library were more complete. Another art that has intrigued me for some time is illusion. I have many books on the subject, though none of them detail the entire spell. The end use of this magic produces insidious results. The spell speaks directly to the reasoning center of the brain of higher animals, such as Sartan, Patron, and even the Mensch races. The spell persuades the brain to accept that something is there when it isn't, or that something isn't there when it is. For example, an illusion spell can create a table in the middle of an empty room. Even though the person viewing the table might grasp that the table is an illusion, he will not be able to pass his hand through it, because the spell has convinced his brain otherwise. Possibilities abound for employing this spell, and I regret that all attempts to reproduce it have left me with nothing to show for my efforts. However, I have been somewhat more successful in researching the Unravel illusion spell by approaching it from the reverse. My reasoning is that I might be able to build the spell by first determining how to break an illusion. At the time of this writing, I have not yet discovered the spell, but I suspect I am very close. I knew that this day would come. Water has become more scarce each day. The fields of cairn grass are withering, and our lake, our primary water source, is drying up. Soon the lake will be nothing but mud and then little more than rock and dust. The Colossus must be failing. When our ancestors built it, the Colossus was intended to last forever, heating our world, melting the sea of ice above, and distributing the water throughout. Its magic is dying. We must travel back to the core of Abarak, where our ancestors originated, where the remaining magic is strongest. Life will still be possible there, although all I've seen are pictures and descriptions in my texts. I'm sure that if I could examine the Colossus firsthand, I might be able to determine the problem and help to correct it. There is no other choice. We shall sail back to Cairn Nexus, to the place of Cletus 14, the current Dynast, on the northwestern edge of the Fire Sea. Out of respect, we shall beseech His Majesty for permission to live in Cairn Necros while the Colossus is being repaired. I don't anticipate any resistance. Who would refuse refugees, especially ones eager to help correct the problem? And as I have stated, we have no choice but to go, for life in Telestia will shortly become unfeasible. The problem of transporting the dead is an extremely challenging one. Most of them, removed from their familiar surroundings, will grow disoriented. 3 at least will find it impossible to adapt, so we've decided to leave them behind. The first is my own servant, Aramis. He has been with my family for as long as I can remember. Although his thoughts are as clear as the best of the dead, he is simply too frail to undertake the journey. I will leave him here where he is comfortable. The second is my nanny. Lately she has fallen victim to a repetitive behavior, that of reading children's stories over and over again. Should the book she loves be taken away from her, she is despondent until it is returned. Not only will she be useless to us where we are going, I doubt she would survive the trip intact. The last is Jethro, one of the crop workers. He is among the most physically well-developed corpses that we have, but his brain is like a sieve. He still waters the crops as if they were still growing, as if there were still water to pour on them. If he is instructed to do something else, he will perform that task for a few moments only to wander right back to watering his crops. We can't spare one of the living to supervise him by continually reminding him to accompany us, and we haven't the time to train one of the dead to do it, so it would be best to leave him here. An ending. I leave these notes for you to find, reader. Their purpose is to shed light on who we are and where we have gone so that you will follow in our path. Do not remain here. Life is impossible. Follow us to the core where we have a fighting chance. Well, now we know what happened, everybody. Hello, everybody. A half circle cut in the wall overlooks the city, bathed in a hellish red light of the lava river. So they went to the northwest to Except that's the northeast. Unless that's north, I guess, and I'm in the southwest, but whatever. Sailing my unanimated ship. Bloop. Lights in the window indicate that it is inhabited. Well, that's good to know.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
You walk purposefully towards the front entrance. The guards there stare at you in wonder, never having expected anyone to willingly walk into the palace. As soon as you approach, one of the guards barks out. You explain that you're trailing the refugees from Telestia. The guard claims he doesn't know what you're talking about, but a knowing look to his companion leads you to believe otherwise. They inform you that visitors must see the Dynast. He makes his habit to greet them personally and hold a banquet in their honor. Again, the knowing look that passes between the guards is disquieting. With a grip that is more insistent than friendly, the first guard escorts you into the palace. You wait about an hour in a bare room with a single door and no windows. Then the same guard takes you to the large room with a long table filled with food and drink. At the head of the table, a man wearing rich robes and a crown of gold sits in a throne-like chair. A broad, welcoming smile on his face, he invites you to sit and partake of this meal set out in your honor. For lack of a better plan, you sit down.
Greetings, my friend. My name is Clytus the 14th. I am the Dynast of Abarak, and I rule here, but you probably know that. I'm always pleased to receive visitors. I get so very little. Please, tell me how things are in the outer reaches.
The outer reaches aren't good. Water's drying up. Life is difficult, if not impossible.
I have heard some distressing reports about the quality of life in some of the outer reaches, but nothing verifiable. I've been waiting for first-hand information. I'm glad you're here. Are you a refugee? Are there others that require assistance?
I'm alone.
So, you don't represent anyone? You don't require assistance? Very well. You know, you look very different. Foreign. I've seen people from all over Abarak, and you look like none of them. Who are you? Where are you from?
I came from Karn Telest. You know of it?
Telest? You know, I think I've heard of that place recently, but I can't quite remember where. Where are my manners? You've probably been traveling for some time and are very hungry. I've been forcing you to converse while all of this food has lain here getting cold. You have my leave to partake. We will talk more later, I'm sure.
I'd like to ask you a few more questions first.
The time for talk is past. Now it's time to enjoy ourselves. Perhaps a toast would be appropriate. We must drink to our new relationship. I'm sure that we will grow to be exceptional friends.
The Dynast produces a bottle of red wine from the bar behind him and pours a single glass. He orders a dead servant to take the glass from his hand and place it before you.
Please accept this special wine. I only bring it out for special occasions. I'm sure you'll find it to be unique.
He stares at you like a vulture waiting for you to drink from the crystal glass. You notice that he is not holding a similar glass. Danger, Will Robinson, danger! Trap senses going off! Alarm, alarm, alarm! Run away, very quickly!
I think I'll save this for later if it's all the same.
It is not the same, my friend. You will drink that wine, and you will do it now. I've lost all patience with you.
Excuse me. He rises from the table and traces a spell in the air while you watch dumbfounded. The blue rune shoots across the banquet table and explodes in your chest. You expect to feel some pain, but all you notice is an overwhelming hunger. You begin stuffing your mouth and pockets with food and drink. In spite of yourself, you snatch up the crystal goblet and drain the contents. Clytus smiles and sits back down, satisfied.
I know you, patron. Our books talk about your race. We believed them to be legends, but here we have proof. And if you are real, how many more of the other legends could be true? The other realms. The Death Gate. Abarak is dying. There's no way to save it, but you represent a way into new worlds, fresh lands to conquer. After you are dead, your corpse will tell me everything I wish to know. You will help me destroy your own people. Think on this as the poison eats through your body. Guards, remove this trash.
Soldiers grab you roughly from the chair and drag you down long, winding corridors, Clytus's laughter echoing in your ears. You quickly lose track of the route, your aching midsection demanding all of your attention. Soon you are thrown against a cold stone wall and shackles snap around your wrists. You slump to the floor as the guards stroll from the room, laughing at some private joke. You gather enough strength to look around the room. It's a stone cell. One wall has an open doorway, suggesting that manacles are what keep prisoners from escaping. A peg on the wall is home to a key on a ring, which looks like it might fit the lock on your shackles. It is, of course, out of reach. Another occupant of the cell is chained to the same wall that holds you prisoner. A thin crown along his brow attracts your attention. This Sartan boy is some kind of royalty. Why he is confined in a dungeon is beyond you. The paleness of his skin, the occasional grunt or spasm, all lead you to believe that he has had his share of Clytus' poison as well. I'm having me some chips. The dog isn't scruffy in the least. His fur's thick and well groomed, his eyes are bright and alert. He looks strong and well fed. It's obvious that someone cares after him. He rests by the doorway, watching you with half-lidded eyes. Good thing I happen to have a spell for just this occasion. Let me talk to the prince first, though.
Hello, my friend. It looks like we're both in the same boat. So much for relying on the hospitality of strangers.
My god, people in this game wear bigger medallions than disco stars. He ends his statement with a painful grimace and a swift intake of breath.
Who are you? My name is Edmund, and I'm the Crown Prince of Telestia. You couldn't tell I was royalty by the deluxe accommodations? Who are you?
You're a prince? Why were you put in the dungeon?
It's a long story. I come from Telestia, a city on the outer edges of Abarak. A few years ago, our water supplies started to dry up. Balthazar, the royal necromancer, studied the problem and discovered that the Colossus was failing. The magic that sustained us for thousands of years was ebbing. We knew that our time was limited. We boarded everyone onto our ships and set sail for the Fire Sea. None of us had been there before, but Balthazar's ancient maps indicated a route. The trip was perilous. What's more, our ships hadn't been used for thousands of years, since we first came to Telestia. By the time we arrived, we had lost many of our people, including the king, my father. Therefore, I became my people's leader. Our intended destination was this palace. We had never seen the palace, or met the dynast that ruled us. Instead of arriving on his doorstep with a few thousand refugees, I decided to leave them in a warren of natural caves that we discovered, and come here as an envoy. I thought that Clytus and I could speak and decide where my people could live. I arrived at the palace alone. He greeted me with open arms and invited me to a banquet. My people have been living on withered cairn grass for months, so I must admit that a banquet sounded appetizing. During the meal, he began to question me. The questions were innocuous at first, but became more probing and less veiled as Clytus continued. He asked military questions. What was the size of our forces and where were the troops bivouacked? Suddenly, he was sounding less like a benevolent leader, and more like a king bent on eliminating any threats to his power or strains on his kingdom's food supply. Just as I stood up and announced that I wished to take my leave, a sharp pain doubled me over. Clytus simply looked over and smiled. He explained that the wine in my cup had been poisoned, and that after it killed me, he would drag the answers from my corpse. His guards brought me down here and locked me up. Now, I'm just waiting to die.
I misheard that last line as knocked me up, which would be a lot weirder.
What exactly is this Colossus?
The Colossus is a stone spire infused with the magic of the ancients. It heats the world and slowly melts the Celestial Sea, a huge body of ice which feeds water throughout Abarak. For some reason, it is failing. Our water supply has dried up. It doesn't make any sense. According to Balthazar's books, the Colossus was designed to last forever. He hoped to examine the Colossus, and perhaps help to mend it. But now we'll never get the chance. By ignoring the problem and focusing on his own petty self-interests, Clytus is sealing our world's doom.
Where is the Colossus?
The Colossus is in Clytus's palace. It lies at the center of the ancient catacombs which run through the palace's foundation. The entrance is right across from this dungeon. Although Balthazar's books state this, they don't show the path through the catacombs. It's said that only the Dynast knows the way.
Where are your people now?
They are safely tucked away in the secret caves along the edge of the Fire Sea. Clytus would give his eye teeth to know where. If somehow we managed to escape, we would still be stranded here with no way to cross the sea.
I've got a ship. If you show me where they are, I could transport us there.
The chances of escape are slim, but it's nice to know that we will have a way across the sea if we do.
How long have you been here?
Not long. Less than a day, surely. I fear that I can't hold out much longer, though. The poison has ravaged my system. It appears, for some reason, to be working faster on you. Perhaps you received a larger dose. I doubt that you have more than a couple hours left.
Why didn't you send some nobody as your envoy? Seems like a dangerous job for a prince.
Everyone under my rule is important. There are no nobodies. I would risk myself before I would send someone else into danger.
Can your people pose a threat to the Dynast? They sound like a bunch of farmers.
We are mostly peaceful folk, but we have some reserves of dead fighting troops. That doesn't matter much, though. While Clytus holds the scepter of rulership, he could turn my army into dust before it even got into position.
Let's back up a step.
Suit yourself.
Isn't Telestia quite a ways from here?
Yes. It was a long, perilous journey which claimed my father. It's rather hard to accept that it was all for nothing.
My name is Haplo. I'd shake your hand, but I'm kind of tied up right now.
Very nice to meet you, Haplo. Any enemy of Clytus is a friend of mine.
Let's talk about something else.
All right. I don't have much else to do.
Why do I feel so sick?
That would be the poison. You've experienced Clytus's special welcome. It appears that he likes to invite strangers to a banquet, extract whatever information he can while pretending to be friendly, and then poison them. After they die, he resurrects the corpses to have them answer any remaining questions. Don't feel special. It happened to me as well.
Well, thanks for ruining all my sense of self.
What happens if he decides he wants to keep his victim alive, or someone accidentally drinks the poison? Is it too late, or is there an antidote?
There is an antidote, though it's unlikely we'll ever get our hands on it. I overheard some of the guards talking about it, when they were planning to sneak wine from the banquet room's bar. The bar contains a variety of liqueurs in a wide array of colors. As you're aware, the poisoned wine is in a red bottle. The antidote is in a clear bottle. It's useless to even think about it, though. Even if we could get out of these chains, we'd never make it past all the guards.
Why did this Clytus lock us up?
To give the poison time to kill us. When we're dead, he'll resurrect us and get all the information he needs.
No way am I telling him anything, even after my death.
I'm afraid you'll have no choice. Part of the process of resurrection ensures that you'll serve the living to the full extent of your ability. You'll be glad to answer any questions he might have.
Is it me, or does he have this weird smirk on, like, yeah, I'm dying, but I'm the fucking prince, yo. And I got a big-ass motherfucking medallion.
Do you know any way out of here?
In fact, I do. One of Balthazar's old books showed a secret passage out of the palace's foundation. If we were unfettered, I might be able to find that passage.
What's Clytus' story? How'd he get to be Dynast?
That is a story. I only know the parts of the legend that Balthazar found in his reading. I guess we don't have anywhere to go, so I might as well tell you. According to the legend, our ancestors created this world and populated it with the weak races. Those races continually warred with each other, so our ancestors decided to sleep until everyone began to get along. Presumably, when that happened, our ancestors would wake and rejoin the new society. I guess they made Abarak a little too hostile for the weaker races. The heat and impure air were killing more of them than their petty wars were. So they banded together much sooner than anticipated and roused our ancestors. They arose to discover that the world was killing the races instead of nurturing them. They also found that there was nothing that they could do to save them. It required all of their magic just to keep themselves alive. So they selected a handful of members from each race, placed them in the sleep chambers from which they had just risen, and waited for something called the interconnection. The books were a little unclear about this term. All they say is that it would make life much better on Abarak.
It's the internet, you doofus. You're waiting for fucking online porn. Jesus.
Clytus I was a member of the High Council at that time. One day, he arrived in the council session with a powerful magic scepter. With it, he convinced the others to found a monarchy, with himself as the dynast, the ruler. The line has continued unbroken, as far as I can tell, to this day. Each new son takes up the scepter of rulership and becomes the new dynast. The man who tossed us in this dungeon is Clytus XIV. It's said that his scepter can turn a man to dust in seconds. No one wants to confront such raw magic, so he remains in power. Clytus I did do something right, though. He introduced us to necromancy. It's only by bringing back our dead that we have been able to stay alive. He even sacrificed his own personal servant as the first experiment.
What happened to the rest of the weaker races?
They died. There was no way to save them. It must have been horrible to watch them die, completely helpless to do anything.
Sounds like he's the product of a little too much inbreeding.
I know nothing about Clytus's specific lineage, but madness is a symptom of inbreeding, and he is certainly displaying that.
Does the council still exist?
No. Clytus I disbanded it when he created the monarchy. My ancestor was a member. This amulet I wear was a badge of his office. It's been in my family ever since, and I wear it proudly.
You really think necromancy is all that hot?
It's hard to question something that is such a fundamental part of your life. But Balthazar has raised some interesting points. He believes that we should be concentrating on rediscovering the old, lost magic arts. If we used our magic to make our lives better, we wouldn't need to bring back the dead. To be totally honest, seeing my father resurrected into a shadow of his former self was chilling. I don't look forward to dying myself, or to the inevitable result.
If Clytus's scepter can turn a man to dust, why does he bother with poison?
He still needs information from me. I assume the same is true for you. If he destroyed us, the information would be lost as well. If he kills us with poison, we are undamaged. Then he can resurrect us and demand the information he wants. Since the dead always serve the living, we'll have no choice but to tell him everything.
He could slit your throat, too, and it would work just as well and a whole fucking lot faster. Messy as shit, but you know, that's life.
You mean that if Clytus didn't have this scepter, he wouldn't be in charge?
I would challenge him myself if I could count on a fair fight. My claim to the throne is as strong. My ancestor was also a member of the High Council. These are all pipe dreams, though. His scepter would make dust of them and me.
What happened to his personal servant?
Shortly after he rose to power, Clytus I sent him away. I believe he was banished to the ancestral home of the dwarves. In fact, it would have been in the caverns around Telestia. No one has explored that area in ages. I wonder if he's still there.
Yes, probably.
That was an intriguing story, but let's talk about something else.
All right. I don't have much else to do.
Why is that dog watching us? Is he just waiting for us to die so he can chew on our bones?
That's Clytus's personal hunting hound. The guards have orders to let him go anywhere he wants, so he has run of the palace. He's probably here because he's curious. They don't get many new visitors. I don't hold it against the hound that he belongs to Clytus. He seems nice enough. Until you came, he was my only company. He's a good listener.
That's an interesting medallion you're wearing. Could I have it?
I'm afraid not. It belonged to my ancestor and has been passed from father to son for centuries. I treasure it with my life.
I'd like to...
I understand. I'm feeling sick and tired myself. I'm sure it's the poison, not the conversation.
Well, hate to do this to you guys. It's been a nice, long, hell of a day. Over 6 hours. But dinner has arrived here at the Disco Den, and I need to be away to go eat it. So, since it is 7:40 here, local time, I'm going to go ahead and call it a day now. It has been absolutely wonderful having every single person who came in here today. It actually really improves my mood some night, actually, coming in here and watching people chill out. You know, having regulars and all that, it actually really does make me feel better to do this. It's kind of weird, because, you know, I'll get up, I'll be pissy, I'll be like, I'm on the stream today, I feel like shit. And then an hour later, I'll be on and I'll be like, I don't really want to stop. But, you know, time comes, I need food. And I've ignored my housemates all day. So I'm going to go talk to them. I'm going to go relax. See what else is going on tonight. Maybe watch some hardcore pornography. You know, that sort of thing. You guys enjoy your weekend. You go out there, go forth, have a wonderful fucking weekend. On me. Do whatever it is that makes you happy. And do it twice. So that you can be really, really happy. Double happy. Super happy. Crazy happy. And on that note, it's good night for Friday, 7:45. Wow, we went a long haul tonight. And I will see you guys again when I see you guys again. Good night, and may whatever you believe in bless you. See ya.